It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we thank you so much for being with us. Busy show on tap today. Eddie Van Adler, his ear, he's got TV rolling. Greg off today, back Monday. Helmsy here. So we've got most of everybody here, but missing Greg. Sorry for all you minions that are disappointed now. Lots happened in the last 24 hours. We'll break all of that down. Plus, look to maybe do some unscreened phone calls this hour. We were talking yesterday. We hadn't done a lot of that, and you helped produce this hour, so you can always feel free to weigh in on the Kickoff Hour. You helped produce it. Well, the Gulf Coast is now in some hurricane watches as we have another system that's coming through. We could check in with Spann today so that he can update us, and looks to be like Louisiana. The governor has already called for a state of emergency ahead of this, and so we'll see how that plays out for the Gulf Coast, as that might affect the southeast Sunday into Monday, that time frame. For a lot of people around the country, it's Friday Night Lights. Yeah, we got Friday Night Football, and we're inching a little bit closer to college football as well, and that's coming very quickly as time just ticks on by. So a lot happening today. A little disappointed, though, because we have a streak that has come to an end. And I bring Helmsy in, and I see Fishing Shirt Friday is no more.
Yeah.
Gosh almighty. Come on.
I thought with Greg not being here, it'd be a good time to stop it.
Yeah.
Simply because, one, nobody'd make fun of that. And two, and I'll bring them back out. But, man, it's so hot right now, and not a whole lot of activity fishing. Let the water temps come down a little bit. Let the fall get here, and I'll break them back out.
All right. Well, that's the first thing I saw. I looked over because I was like, well, let's see what he got on today.
Last week I stood in the closet, and I was like, do I break it today or do I keep doing it? And I kept doing it. And then and Amanda got on me, too. She said I'm wearing them too much. Like, I wear them a lot.
Well, it's Fishing Shirt Friday.
Well,
you just wear them one a week.
Even around the house and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Even found myself wearing one the other day playing tennis, and I thought, this is a little much.
Okay.
Like, what are you doing? So,
my bad for being high pitched there.
Yeah. So anyway, I broke the streak today. But, hey, been a good run. Been a real good run.
Yeah, it's been a long one, too.
Yeah. And that was something that I just I don't know why I said that day. And I knew I painted myself in a corner when I said it.
Yeah.
This is like months ago. Hey, it may just be Fishing Shirt Friday.
Yeah.
And hey, paint yourself in the corner, buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I thought I had a really good run. So, but the run is over.
Yeah.
I went with the old standard yellow Rick and Bubba shirt today.
Yeah. It's over, but it had a good run. I see where we have our buddy from Virginia outside.
Came back today. Yeah.
And I gotta applaud his dedication. And I appreciate him being here. Yesterday, for those of you that missed it, he actually put a shirt together with the Good Time Gang faces on there.
Yes.
And he is back today. He's in town for some things and said, you know what, I'm coming to hang out with you. Steve Foltz from Richmond, Virginia. We love the Rick and Bubba Army, and he's dedicated. For those of you, I don't know when you might be listening or watching. It could be a replay of some kind, but if it's live, it's the 5 a.m. hour Central Time.
Yeah.
And he was here before the hour started. So I applaud his dedication.
I texted my wife the picture yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said, see, you don't have to deal with this throughout the day. I like, anybody put your picture on a shirt?
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
Everybody put your face on a shirt today?
Even though mine's slightly deformed,
it is.
It's still.
It's still there.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
For those that don't know me, they might ask questions. Hey, is that guy all right?
Look, and back to his dedication. Look, if you come from Virginia, you might as well stay a few days.
Yeah.
There's no sense in coming down here and then turn around and going back.
Yeah, and it always makes me feel better when thank you, Adler. It always looks. It always is interesting to me when we have listeners, viewers, because there's so many ways to get the show now, that travel in. We're so honored that you would do that, but we're a little embarrassed. I guess it's my second hand. If I know they've traveled a great distance just for this, I'm like, no, you didn't, especially if you can't get in. luckily he has some other things to do,
Yep.
and boy, that made me feel better.
Got to talk to his son on the phone yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
He called
Yeah,
in, and I felt bad for that family. That was a family of 6 or 7 the other day that showed up from Florida, I believe.
From Florida, yeah.
And
Jackson, I think their 16-year-old, it was his
birthday. So they do family trips,
They do, which I think is a great idea.
That's a phenomenal idea.
And it's something to explore. I know mine are getting a little older, but if you have a lot of kids, they said, the birthday gifts and stuff, it's just you got so many kids. So instead of a gift, we just do a trip.
Yeah.
And so and the person gets to pick, and if it works out, it works out. And his son wanted to come here, and they had been in here before, and the kid's starting a podcast and stuff. So that's what they were doing. I'm like, well, that's pretty cool.
They had done Top Golf the night before.
Yeah.
And he was like, of course, they had to get like this big package. You couldn't just do a bay because they had so many folks. But that's they had 2 choices, either here or there was another location. I think it was Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah.
It was kind of in between. They said, hey, let's go to Birmingham, see Rick and Bubba.
Let's do it.
So
let's do it. All right, we'll take a
a
break.
lot of
We'll come
pressure.
back.
A lot of pressure with that.
All right, so we will explore the world and our personal lives, take some maybe unscreened phone calls this hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after, top of the hour. And we look forward to another day with you. Again, Greg off today, back tomorrow. All right, you are listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go to rickandbubba.com, spell out "and" for all the information about the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. I am Speedy alongside Eddie Van Adler and Michael Helms. We call him Helmsy here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Greg off today, back to Monday. I almost said tomorrow. I don't know what he'll be doing Saturday. If you're listening live, it is Friday. We thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. All right, as we roll on back, a lot to discuss today that's out there. We have got a lot of big news. Of course, the biggest of all is 13 U.S. service members killed in bombings yesterday in Kabul in Afghanistan, and it was 12 Marines and 1 Navy medic, and I believe the number's up to around 90 civilians there were killed in the blast. There was 2 of them, one outside the gate there to enter the airport, and then the other in a nearby hotel where a lot were staying. And so it's just terrible news. It was a sad day yesterday, and so we're working through that. We've got some of the latest news. There's a lot of folks that are very upset, as you can imagine. We're some of those. And so we'll look into that today. And the president spoke around dinner time yesterday, 5. I think it was 5 Eastern. Or turned out to be around 5:30, I believe. So we'll play some more of that. There's one thing that's getting him in trouble, as you can imagine, and that is and there's always this very uncomfortable moment when President Biden acts like the reporters he has to call on, that he's been given a list that he has to do. And whenever it was time to take questions, which I can't believe he did, he said, let me get the list here of people I was instructed to call on first. And then it was an NBC reporter. It was a very uncomfortable moment. And so a lot of folks are saying, well, if they're instructing you on who you have to call in what order, then what else are they instructing you on? And it just calls into question how much in charge he really is. And then he freelanced a little bit. And unfortunately for him, he called on Peter Ducey, who asked him actually some hard questions that he,
Did he call him the most interesting man in the press?
Yes.
That was strange too.
Which basically means he's the one that he's the only one that asks like really hard questions. And so we don't really like him, and we like to make fun of him. And he's white too. So that's, that's there for you. So there's a lot there. But yeah, he had a question, and basically, hey, do you take responsibility for what's happened? And then he says yes, but then in the next breath blames the former administration.
Yeah.
And Trump was on Hannity last night for the last 30 minutes, and he said, he can blame me all he wants, but we had a plan, and after he came into office, he kind of went off that plan, and this is on him. This is not how we were going to get out of Afghanistan. But even Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but it was the way you do it. And that's, I think, the big thing. But the left is so quick to, when you ask them about it, they're so quick to go back to, hey, we've been there for 20 years. I get that. We're not talking about all that. We're trying to focus on how we got out of Afghanistan, or how we're attempting to. And the mess we're in is because of the tactics that and the method that we have used to try to get out of this situation. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, but, and then they go back to, well, we've been there 20 years and we need to leave. We get that. So I know Rick and Bubba will have a lot of commentary on that. We've got audio, video of some of the highlights of yesterday. And sadly, we're all Americans, and, politics aside, 13 U.S. service members were killed, and that's the focus.
Saw video floating around yesterday from, I want to say it was late 2000s, 2006, something like that, or not early 2000s, 2006, where Joe Biden, the congressman, was calling for Donald Rumsfeld to be fired because of something he did. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't near to this level. And he just went on and on and on about we can't allow these individuals to hold offices and be in these positions that are not going to take responsibility for their actions. And it was very intriguing to see this, and now to see this playing out, and then his answer yesterday to the reporters. It's an embarrassment to our country. It's an embarrassment to those veterans and current the families yesterday of these troops that perished, and just it's one of those deals where I think an 8th grader could have put together a better plan.
Well, Greg Gutfeld with Fox said it best, Helmsley. He goes, how in the world does everybody know what we should be doing except the people in charge?
Well, and two, back to you bringing up about him doing this embarrassing thing with the questions, and this is not the first time he's done it. He's done it a couple times now. Tells me that he clearly is not running our country. If you're not willing to stand there and have the courage to take, I don't care if you're out of it or not, and you've lost your faculties or not, if you can't just call on people with their hand raised that are asking you questions, and you have to have a diagram to tell you who to call on, and because you know what question they're, and then you still can't get it right, that person shouldn't be leading a fruit stand, much less it's supposed to be the greatest country on the planet. And so it's just the whole thing has been botched, and again, we won't take responsibility for it, and we won't even, there's no response. Like, this has happened and we're still waiting on something. Like, you're still allowing the Taliban to control things over there. Yeah. We're getting into 24 hours after, and this is still, you still haven't done a thing.
And according to them, that they're staying to the plan, and that's what's frustrating to a lot of people. A number of things is that we handed over a list to the Taliban of Afghan allies as well as Americans that need to be evacuated. So if we can't get them out, now they've got a list of who's in there. Then we have the 90 civilians killed in the suicide blast, 13 service members that were killed, 12 Marines and 1 Navy medic. And it's a tough situation because the Taliban has got the perimeter, so you have to go through a series of checks. And they got through a big check when it comes to who gets into the airport. But then the Marines actually have to look at you in the face and do a series of checks to make sure that you're good to go before they ever let you onto the grounds of the airport. Because what they can't have is, somebody getting in with a device that gets in an airplane or something like that. It would be just mass casualties. But we've got that now. And so everybody is kind of scratching their head and going, well, if the Taliban is if they're in charge of checkpoints to get you to this checkpoint, then what happened at that checkpoint? And nobody, I don't know. And ISIS-K, you realize ISIS-K is former Taliban members.
It is. And
that basically thought that they were too conservative, and they're more extreme than the Taliban.
When things like this happen, you have to have, I think it's called a disproportionate response, meaning whatever they did, it's going to be so much worse coming back on your side that you'll never do this again. You'll never even think to do it again. I heard a former Navy SEAL last night talking about how we changed the name from like Department of War to Department of Defense, and ever since then we've been more on the defensive, and we better be on the offensive. We always talk about that. You better be on the offensive on this deal. Quit playing from a deal of defense.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Greg back on Monday, off today, but everybody else is here. Adler's got things covered for you, as well as Helmsy. I am Speedy. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you'd like to join in on the conversation, please feel free to do so, as we can do unscreened phone calls this hour. Tropical storm Ida is nearing Louisiana, and that has prompted the governor to declare state of an emergency, and it looks like Ida could bring in some dangerous storm surge, damaging hurricane-force wind. Could come in as a 2, as we could approach Sunday and Monday along the Louisiana coast, then come up through Louisiana and take a hard right, and then affect Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia. So we'll probably check in with Spann today, get the update, because it could affect things on Sunday into Monday. So we'll have a look at that.
I want to put something out there, and because I feel like this is important in regards to the Atlanta Braves.
Okay.
Because I know we have a lot of Atlanta Braves fans out there.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going this weekend.
Yeah, boy.
Tomorrow.
Have some fun.
My son,
Helmsy's
it's part of
taking
his
son.
16-year-old birthday and a couple of his buddies.
Here we
and
go.
We're just going to spend the day.
Is it just you and the boys?
Yes.
Okay.
No women allowed.
Oh, boy.
0. Amanda even threatened yesterday. She said, now what happens if one of them can't go or wakes up sick or gets tested? You got to think about all these things now.
Sadly, yeah.
And I said,
You
well,
really do.
I said, well, she goes, can I go? And I said, absolutely not. We'll find another boy. We'll
go-
find another man. Okay?
We'll go out. We'll even go to the gate and hold up one. We got one. We
yes.
got a ticket. Anybody
Yeah,
want one?
Yeah. No women allowed on this trip.
Okay.
And
And
that's
how many you're
that's
going plus
Braden's.
the two of you?
It'd just be 4 of us.
Okay.
So Braden, myself, and 2 of his buddies.
All right.
So my ultimate point here is I haven't been in Truist Park. Okay.
Okay.
And I haven't been to a Braves game. It's been at least 3 years, maybe 4.
Right.
Okay. Probably 3. I think Braden was 13. I just want to point out that I know they're in first place right now. Okay.
Careful
and they're
here.
5.5 games up. I get that.
Careful.
Okay. And they've lost the last 2 games. I had nothing to do with that.
Right. The
So
Yankees beat 'em.
I want everybody to know, just because I'm going tomorrow, if things start getting bad, it's not my fault. Okay. They've lost the last 2 games.
Right.
And I'm going to be honest with you. Because I told, they were on a run like no other.
They were.
And I told Braden, because Braden's a mojo guy.
Oh,
and
is
I,
he?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
He'll
He's
declare things?
He's very, well, no, he's just like very mojo sensitive. Like he's
okay.
very,
Got it.
he does not, he's very superstitious. Like
Oh,
I'm
okay.
little
All right.
stitious. He's superstitious.
You're little stitious.
And he, I mean, so I told him, I said, hey, when he told me that the Yankees had won and then won again, I said, that's good news for you and I, son. He goes, what do you mean, Dad? And I said, look, they're 5.5 games up.
That's right.
We don't need to go in here 7.5 games up and they've been on this run, and then you and I walk in the ballpark. That's the
Right.
worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, you don't want that.
So I'm just putting it out there. The Yankees have beat them the last 2.
They
Don't
have.
blame
And-
if
and-
this thing continues to go down the path it has the last 2 games. It ain't my fault.
Right. And to give the Braves a little bit of a pat, I mean, the Yankees are just, I mean, they came in just as hot. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you got 2 teams, and they, the Yankees won 2. So, yeah, I think you're good there. If you'll just land on, let's go over and have a good day.
Yes.
My only thing
I'm
is,
not going to go in wearing a bunch of Brave gear, anything
Right.
like that.
right?
Not
No,
going to
just,
do that.
Just go over and have fun. And now let me ask you this,
Uh-oh.
because it's tough when you're dad and you take your son, who's now 16,
Yeah.
so he's cool now.
Yeah.
And he wants to be cool with all of his little buddies and do their own little thing. Are you gonna at times just probably find yourself sitting there by yourself?
I'm hoping that's the
Yeah,
case.
okay.
Like this is more about, look, I spent enough time with Braden.
Yeah.
If I can get him and 3 of his buddies doing the thing they like and me just slip over with a cup of Joe or something and just hang out.
Yeah.
Oh, kidding me?
Now
That's what I'm looking for.
food in the stadium is really good.
Yeah.
But I had to announce to the kids one time, you realize you're here for the entertainment, not
Yeah.
necessarily the food quality.
Yes.
I mean, you're there for the surroundings and
Yeah.
all that. Food was still good. My only suggestion to you, and I'm not real good at this, I'm not good at showing up real early to where I'm going. I kind of like to get there close to time and see some of the pregame, get in the stadium and kind of all that. But because around the ballpark, there's so much eating and things you can do. My only suggestion would be to go early. There's a cool little sports restaurant outside, eat outside, and then go in. And then everybody's got a full stomach.
Well,
and then you get desserts and
Yeah.
just sweets and fun stuff in the game. That's the only.
The way I kind of look at
If
this
not, it's going
thing,
to cost you $100 to eat for one.
well, that's probably going to happen anyway. But here's
Yeah.
my mind.
There I am back
set.
to money. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm the same way, and I've kind of just spared no expense on this thing.
Well, it's not cheap outside the
It's
stadium
not.
either.
Well, and I've said this. Look, we don't do this every year. We don't
Yeah.
do this every 2 or 3 months. So let's just go nuts this
Right.
time.
Yeah.
And so, but we are planning to go early. So we're leaving around lunch tomorrow. We're going to get there in time for batting practice
Okay.
at 4. So it's going to be a
Well done.
noon to midnight kind of thing
Okay.
for us.
So y'all are coming back same
sure.
day.
Well, yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do
Yeah.
Sunday.
Sleepy
and-
Daddy.
Sure. So, but I'm looking forward to seeing the new park and seeing how the kids react at 16 at a ballpark.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And I'll keep an eye on them, but I'm gonna kind of let them do the thing too.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Well,
There's a balance there that I know I've got to be cautious of, but I don't want to get in their way. The last thing Braden wants is his dad being all up his grill all day.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
well,
want
who wants that?
So, and I don't want to be around.
Well, you know what you
think
gotta-
I want to be around
Right.
16-year-olds for 12 and a half hours?
well, you know what? It's tough to balance, but you can. It's tough to balance on. I gotta hand check you here.
Right.
I gotta know where
Yeah.
you are, but I'm also let y'all just do
Yeah.
your own thing too. But
Yeah.
we got a lot going on here, and we just need to have fun and do your thing. But so it could be that you're just there watching the game by yourself for hey, Dad, we're gone. I'll check in with you, but we're gonna walk around a little bit
That's it.
and have a good time
Yeah.
and going in and out of shops, and there's a lot to do there.
And I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
really good with that.
And who'd you say they play again?
The San Francisco Giants, who, by the way, are in first place in that division.
They're hot.
So it's a big weekend
Nice.
for
So the Braves are going to have to play the Yankees and the Giants.
Yes.
Golly.
So big weekend for so the big weekend for the Braves, obviously. Big weekend for the Dodgers because the Giants are 2 games. They're 2 games behind the Giants, and then of course the Phillies. Big weekend for them with the Braves playing the Giants.
Yeah.
So lot can happen this weekend in baseball circles as far as standings go. But I want to just be clear. I'm not jinxing that because they've already lost 2 games.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's not like they're staying on this winning streak.
Well, I know you. I know that you've probably you've eye mapped it and you're looking around. And
Not really,
you've
not like I
looked at it.
should
Oh,
at this
okay.
point. That's my
thought you
today.
would've.
That'll
Okay,
be
that's
that.
your- all right,
Yeah, I've
got
got
it.
today to do that.
Because we didn't park when we went.
Yeah.
We didn't park there. That was the fiasco of trying to get Marta and take
Yeah.
it, and we just epic fail. If we'd have known what we knew post game, because we declared when we left. This is when we were over there, and I know people are listening and watching at different times. Some of you have heard this, so forgive me. We were at a big travel tournament at Lake Point, and we had this huge break. And so the idea of let's go to the Braves game started. Well, then it was like, well, let's not drive there. Traffic, I mean, there was just traffic everywhere. So let's take Marta.
Yeah.
What we didn't realize is that Marta, because of the changing of where the stadium was, it doesn't take you underneath the stadium at the time. It just didn't do it. I don't think it does
I don't
now.
know.
I don't know. But it took you a couple of exits away. Then you got back into a bus, and they took you in on a bus. Well, now you're right back out in the traffic you were trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But that whole time was just, gosh, it took forever. But then when we were leaving, we're like, all right, we're not doing that. We're not doing the same thing going back. Plus, you're talking about sketchy. Good night. So they have close by, there's like a road, and it's like there's just Ubers just lined up.
Yeah.
And you basically go and raise your hand or use the app, walk in there, and there's people that are waving at you. Here I am. And, buddy, we got back in 20 minutes. We all looked around and go, why didn't we do this on the way here?
We did. We went to Nashville to a hockey game, and we did that. We parked at a business like 4 miles outside of the Madness and Ubered from there, and it was the best decision we ever made. Now, for this trip, because I didn't, again, never been there, I went and spent on a parking pass.
Okay.
And so I've got all that.
So you do have
set
that.
up.
That's
I've got
what I
a
was wondering.
Sometimes for me, and because I don't know, like this tells me exactly where I need to be exactly how to get there.
Like it.
And it's right next to the stadium.
Boom.
And they liked it too. I'll just tell you.
But you know
it
what?
was as much as one of the tickets.
You might think I would be,
but I don't. I didn't
would,
care.
You'd think
I was
I'd be
just like,
cheap on stuff like that. See, I don't like a hassle like
that's
this.
me.
Look, I mean, I would buy a pass like that. I know
And
you're
it
going,
will-
no, you wouldn't speak.
Well,
Yeah, I would. I would.
It probably will be the last time I do it because now I'll know. I'll get in there and I'll be able to figure things out. But
yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't gonna. I want to be able to pull right up there, get out. Look, this is a birthday party essentially.
That's what it is.
I
You're
want
right.
it to be. I want it to be hassle free for everybody.
That's right. Yeah, you basically are saying, I want this to be a fun day.
Yep.
No drama. Let's just go have a good time. And I think because of your plan to get there so early, hopefully, that you can get there before all the major stuff starts. And now you're already in. You're settled.
I can say things like this because Greg's not here today. I was actually thinking about this morning. I actually want this to be one of those days where the Braden's buddies and Braden look back on 30 years from now and go, man, that was a fun day.
Yeah.
Like, this just instilled. Now, I realize that things have got to happen in the game and all that for things to kind of, some good, cool things there too. But just for them to be able to look, but I have those things in my childhood with my dad and my friends where I go, I'll never forget that day.
Right.
It was a long day, but it was a fun day, a big day, and it's in my memory, and that's what I'm trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
May not work, but
what you don't want to do is a couple of years from now that they say, man, you remember going to the Braves game when your dad followed us around everywhere?
Yes, yeah.
And he wouldn't let us
Yeah.
leave us alone. You
Yep.
don't want that.
And he screamed at me and did
Right.
this and did that, and he
Right.
threw this, and you don't want that.
Remember that
Yeah.
time? Just don't get in any fights. Man, there's been a lot of
No.
fights lately.
I'll try
Yeah.
to stay away from that.
If you do, will you have Braden film it for me?
I'm sure the way they carry their phones around, he'll just start filming it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you won't have to ask him.
Ball game fights are really up this year.
Yeah, I'll stay away from
All right, good. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by Gabby.com/Bubba. Gabby standing for Get a Better Insurance. And that's where they come in and feel like they can really help you just because of the success rate. They, on average, are saving customers around $1,000 per year. Now, at Gabby.com/Bubba, they really help you when it comes to auto or home insurance rates. And what they do is they are able to take your current coverage and kind of look around at the top 40 insurance providers to see if you have got a good rate for your coverage. And then they can come back to you and go, all right, I'll tell you what, you can do better with this company with the same rate or with the same coverage, and it's totally free, no obligation, and then you move everything over. And we're getting emails from people going, hey, they're saving me a ton of money. And so check them out right now, Gabby.com/Bubba. We're talking about companies like Progressive, Nationwide, Travelers, and so many more. It's all done fast and in one place. Just use your current insurance information to get started because it's totally free with no obligation, as I mentioned. They will only show policies that are the same or better than your current coverage. So it's a very good comparison. And they'll never sell your information, so no annoying spam or robocalls. Put your policy to test today by going to Gabby.com/Bubba. Get a better insurance. And let's see how much you can save. Gabby.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You don't have to do that.
Well, it's one of those things where I think it's funny that we could just talk about. Our morning has been a little odd. The last two mornings have been odd.
Yeah.
Yesterday, really odd for me with the whole internet being at that outage, the big outage we had.
Right.
And then this morning, Greg's out, and there's a couple of things in his world that are just not functioning properly. Mm-hmm. So it's got us scrambling. And so hopefully it doesn't appear that way on the air, that we're covering that part of it the way we're supposed to.
Right.
But we've been scrambling this morning.
Yeah. Well,
it's been crazy.
Well, before the mics cut on, we barely slide up under them. You know what I mean? It's like we went to hit the button at top of the hour, and the commercials disappeared. Absolutely not one commercial in the computer. Not one. Not one for the entire day. And so we wake up sleepy, Greg, which we hate to do. Hey, by the way, look, I think we all agree, last resort.
Yes.
I hate calling people when they're not
absolutely.
here. But that's his world, so we needed to make sure, hey, is there a button or something that can be clicked?
What are we missing
What
here?
are we missing?
I know.
Because we've done – it's not like this is our first day on the job. We've done it plenty of times when he's not here. He's like, he's I know it sounds like old man, but he was really sleepy, and so it took him a second, like, what? And now I'm thinking, gosh, did we wake Lisa up? But he was baffled.
Well,
and so
here's what's funny, and this is just pulling it back. When you first hit the button at 5:59:40, and you said
4:59:40.
4:59:40, and you said it's not doing anything. I honestly thought because of the issues we had yesterday, you were messing with me. Like
really?
I really, my first thought was, so Speedy's messing with me.
I actually said, what the, and I realize now I really need to work on things because I've let a few slip here, and it's just on me.
Well,
I think my right eye's twitching slightly.
And it's so funny,
hey,
too.
There's young Scruggs.
And had to wake him up.
I know.
And so that was another uncomfortable phone call we had to make.
If you mess that up, I'm going to absolutely hit you right in the gut. No, I'm kidding. So I don't know, John Scruggs, our engineer. Do you realize you've got a nickname of Young Scruggs now? Are you good with that? Young. How old are you? 34. You're young.
We can still call him Young Scruggs.
He's cool though. We're the only company that has cool engineers. We have cool interns too. But you got Super Tom, who in the engineering kind of world, he's kind of cool. And
they call him the standard. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we got young Scruggs. We're back on yesterday, and it's working. So that's there for you.
Well, and two, here's the thing. So we've got all this going on. We have no commercials. We can't get it. Greg's cussing us because he thinks that we're entering the password wrong, and we're like, Greg, we're entering it. Then every time he tells it to us, he's telling it different.
Yeah.
He was like, it's radio, R-A-D. Wait a minute, R-A-I-D-O. And I'm like, Greg, that's not how you spell radio.
Yeah, it is.
It is, too. I promise. It worked yesterday. And so, anyway, back and forth. And then I mean, seconds we're having to go, Greg, we're coming back on the air. And then we have to get on and talk about this serious deal going on in Afghanistan. And we talk about that for 10 minutes. And then we turn around and jump back into this. It's just been nuts.
Yeah, and I'll say this, too. We're sitting there having a talk, which we probably just should not have done it, but we're sitting there talking about a tough situation.
I know.
And I'm looking over my left shoulder going, all right, has it moved?
That's all I can think about.
Has it
I know.
moved? Because when I hit this button, I don't know what's going to happen. So, anyway, but that is the design of the kickoff hour. We're first team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're front line.
Yep.
And so now, hopefully, by the time the main show starts, it's been resolved. What do you think, young? What do you think, young Scruggs?
It should.
Are we back on today? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And what happened? What'd you do? Nothing.
I jumped to today.
Okay, see, this is bizarre.
I don't like that
This
at
is
all.
what bothers
I don't
me
like
with
that.
engineers.
Yeah.
Is that
We've jumped to today
No,
8
no.
times this morning.
and look, it's the same thing with mechanics.
I know.
And everything else. Your car's squeaking, it's not working, and then all of a sudden you take it to them, and they're like, "Well, what's going on?"
Yeah.
I drove it, and I'm like, it's not doing it now. With engineers, something's not working on the board. We're hearing a weird noise. The computer's not working. It's total fiasco. They come, touch one button, and go, "What's wrong? It's there right now." I'm like, "Did you secretly touch something? I got to know." No. All right.
Yeah,
I think he
this is-
did.
I think this is his way of being nice to us.
All right. I gotta know. This is real, right? I'm not in a sleep.
Well,
and is this a dream?
And here's the thing: this
we
morning,
didn't dream that.
when my alarm went off this morning, I was so looking forward to the day because I knew Greg wouldn't be here to make fun of us,
Right.
okay, in everything we do. Number two, I thought, man, I've got a ton of stuff to catch up on from yesterday because of yesterday's disaster. And so I thought, man, today is just going to be – I can't wait to get my cup of coffee and catch up on some emails and talk about today's issues that everybody wants to talk about and just hang out with the guys. And I'm not doing Fishing Shirt Friday today, and so Greg can't make fun of that. And just, you know, and this is not the start I wanted. I'm just going to be honest.
I know. Have you jumped to this segment or this spot? Young Scruggs, are we on the right spot?
Uh-oh.
Young
I don't
Scruggs.
like his look.
What are you doing? You just hit it.
I don't like his look at all.
Young Scruggs, what are you doing? You just sent a tone. Gosh almighty. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we're thankful that you are here. We start this hour with the national anthem. Minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour has begun. We are thankful that you are here, and we are ready to unpack the stories of the day and, oh my goodness, the world we live in. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. They've given you a kickoff hour. Greg is out today. His wife having a medical procedure, nothing serious, but he is there with her, and he'll be back on Monday's program. We do, I see young Scruggs is here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, engineer. He's working with the old Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. She's an old ship, and she's starting to show some problems. And so we'll go to another studio. Y'all don't have to smoke us out. I mean, this thing's falling apart. All right, so we've got some. Look, we're leaving. You ain't got to smoke us out. It's fine. We'll go to the other place. Don't burn it. So there's we just got to get all of our stuff. They don't need us for that. So let's. It seems like every day I come here something's broken. Poor young Scruggs. He looks stressed. Across the way there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Rick and Bubba family, join me in welcoming the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba!
How are you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Let's go! Let's go. You keep coming around, yeah. Somebody say, good God Almighty. Good God Almighty. Is he good, Bubba?
He is. Awful good.
Yep. And that's a kind of timely little song there. So we got a lot to unpack today. I will tell you the state of our country and the world is, I don't even know what to say. It's rare that I'm rendered speechless, but I got to tell you I am with some of the things that we watched yesterday and just wow. Also, Bubba, today I do have one segment for you called Teaching Rick. Rick's had to be taught some things. And
some of those lessons come hard, too, don't they?
They do. Look, you know what? Rick, let me tell you something, buddy. You're going to have to get your act together on some of this stuff. Okay? Now, you're going to have – so there's things you're trying to do that you can't do, and it's not your thing, and you just need to stop.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Tell me. I'm still limping around.
Yeah. So I punished myself twice yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Not a punishment.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you one thing. You're not going to have the fob out there by itself anymore. You just put it right back on that keychain if you can't handle it. Okay? So, anyway, we'll talk about that.
Well, we obviously
Rick's got to be taught today.
Have some, bad news coming out of Afghanistan today. As we were reporting when we were on there yesterday, apparently 2 explosions. We have a total of 13 servicemen who've been killed, and I've seen such varying numbers of people who were injured. It's anywhere from 50 to 60, and most report. What you got 90 now?
Yeah. They were killed. Yes, civilians.
It was 90 killed total.
90 killed in both explosions and bombings.
It just keeps updating, and it's just running ragged right now. So. Devastating day yesterday in this absolute mess of Afghanistan. And while most people agree we should be getting out, the way we're getting out has been a total dumpster fire of really, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in my life. I'm 57 years old, 58, somewhere in there. And I don't think as a kid, I remember the Vietnam War ending, and I remember seeing the people being evacuated off the top of the embassy, and I remember helicopters and airplanes being flown into the water. But I tell you, I've never seen anything like it. It's and the response from our president.
Oh my gosh!
It's just.
Oh my goodness!
You just put your head in your hands and go, "What is going on here?"
Well, no,
I've never seen anything like that.
I think when you said you put your head in your hands and say, "What's going on here?" I thought you were describing the actual press conference.
Well,
yeah, what he did.
I mean, guys, let me tell you something. I mean, I'm not even. Hey, let's take politics and throw those out. We all got different opinions. I love our constitutional republic. I love that we can redress our government. I like that some of y'all have a different view than I do when it comes to taxation and size of government and programs and all that. Man, hey, you know what? We can all discuss those things, and it's wonderful that we can. Now, none of y'all really think this man has the mental capacity to do this job, right? Nobody thinks that. Nobody, politics aside.
Yeah, this is not Orange Man bad. Okay,
Yeah,
this is we have someone who is in charge, who's making decisions against apparently the recommendation of the military, and he's getting people killed day in, day out that does not have to die this way.
And so I'll go as far as to say, when you look at his cognitive skills, I've come to the conclusion medically that he's not in charge. But whomever is in charge
doesn't know what they're doing.
They don't know what they're doing, and this is extremely serious because this, we really there's a vacuum. If we can't get our act together, it really affects the rest of the world. There's almost a sense of the rest of the world goes, they're floundering. Yeah. I mean, are they not able to do the things they normally do? And this man says, no, it doesn't like they're imploding on themselves, guys. The lunacy of this exit strategy. When I heard, I'm talking about military people. Who cares what Rick thinks? Military people sitting there yesterday going, did I just hear our highest ranking military person saying we're depending on the Taliban to make sure that we don't have any people bomb us? The Taliban? We've put them in charge of security? I heard that yesterday. And I'm like, what?
And Rick, let me give you another.
What?
Look, we were just going to billboard this. I didn't want to dive into it.
Stop.
But let me tell you a couple other things we got to cover today. Supreme Court has ended the eviction moratorium, which we told you they were going to do because they told the Biden administration not to do it again. They didn't have the authority to do it under the CDC. Congress could do that. CDC can't. They ruled on that. Kiss has had to cancel a concert. COVID-19 has finally got them. And the Havana Syndrome. We're going to talk about that.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Just kind of alerting and letting our affiliates know, and those of you that are listening, because I know that y'all are all keeping notes at home, that much like our current president, you're watching our aging process and seeing when we're starting to lose it a little bit.
It ain't us.
It's going to be pretty rickety today. It's going to be a rickety ride here at the Plaza. Commercial breaks. It's gonna blow your mind how unorganized they're going to be. But I want you to know, yes, I got some things I got to watch. You know, as we had a young listener bring to my attention the other day. But I want you to know today, and other days it's probably on me. But today, I want you to know, don't include this information and watching me come apart and me slowly.
Rick, I'm a little worried about you.
Right,
There.
because what's happening in the commercial breaks today, it's not on me. Okay, we got some technical problems here. Now we're not the dumpster fire that Afghanistan is, but in the broadcast world, us trying to get these commercial breaks on and off and get in and out of breaks, it's going to boggle the mind, the things you're going to say. And God bless if you're a board op today.
Yeah.
Okay, now I know a lot of you have tried to automate it. You're in worse shape. Okay, but at least if you got somebody in the studio, they can do something.
I want y'all to know, Rick and I have surrendered.
Yeah, right.
Because we're in the process of, contracts and all that stuff. And look, we're waving a white flag. We surrendered.
Yeah, look.
Please, just don't look. We're leaving. We're evacuating. Just don't shoot us on the way out.
Just let us get our stuff.
Yeah.
Let us get our stuff.
We'll go peaceably. Okay. We'll go peaceably. Don't throw rocks as we're leaving. Just let us finish out.
I know sometimes when beavers won't leave a dam, you have to smoke it. Look, you don't have to do that.
Don't get the tanninite out.
We've done our negotiations. We looked at other options, and we know we got a new studio that we'll be moving into next year, and that's all right.
We're good.
That's good.
We're
Look,
good.
the show, those you don't read into this thing that the show's got. Look, the show's going to be here. We're just over time, studios they're expiration.
Apparently, they last about 13 years.
Right, and and look, the old broadcast plaza, she's served
It's
us
actually
well.
a little longer.
Look,
now.
she's a big old battle axe. She's an award winner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's a big old battle axe, but she's kind of that ship. You go over here and you put some duct tape there, and then you fix that leak, and
you can only paint the deck so many times.
Right, and so
you got to strip it down.
We got some upgrades that need to happen, and if we got to upgrade, we probably just need to kind of do a do-over, and that's all right. It's not what we would have preferred, but we certainly are excited to have the opportunity to
just tell young Scruggs to signal.
Yeah.
We give up.
Right.
We surrender.
Young Scruggs, will you go back?
Because that's the new thing we do.
Go
we
back
just give up.
Go back to our broadcast partners and say, look, Rick and Bubba, they're going to leave. We don't have to tear it out from under them.
Yeah, we're not going to barricade ourselves and demand that we're left alone.
Right. And so, of course, if your software you're using is not working, probably won't work at any studio. But anyway, so we'll
please.
I know, I'm just kidding.
I'm trying to be good, Rick,
have you
and
noticed,
you're not helping me at all.
Well, here's the thing. Tell me if I'm right on this too. There seems to be, and look, none of us are going to say that Rick or Greg Burgess are technically geniuses. Okay, but Greg has done a pretty good job coming out of the blue collar world and taking over the responsibility of getting commercials recorded, logged, and on the air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he's moved into the audio editing and scheduling world very well.
But have you noticed that if he's ever not here, this seems to always happen? It's like it knows he's not here.
Yeah.
And I know y'all are capable of doing it. I'm not saying that.
No, I get
but
what you're
but
saying.
it almost senses that a member of the team's not here and it acts up.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Now, honestly, I'm glad he's not here today. Because he would have taken this now.
Well, it gotten ugly.
Yeah, it would have gotten ugly.
Things would have been thrown.
Oh, yeah.
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 Broken.
Yeah, I've seen him pitch one, and it's not good.
Yeah.
And he'd be pitching one right now.
He would.
Yeah.
And Speedy's this close, by the way,
Yeah.
he said.
Yeah, come here, buddy. I know usually the guy takes care of us. That's what we do. Okay? So
Rick, give him 100 and tell him to take the day off.
So just know, out there affiliates, just know, and those, however you get this show, when we go into a break today, they ain't no telling what's going to happen.
We're sorry,
Right.
but we're trying to let you know that this thing is headed right in the side of a mountain. But we're giving you advance notice.
And we're trying to minimize the number of make goods we're going to have to send Bob Carey.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Sure,
Because I know that's really that turns in. But right now, I think we're getting them on. We may not be getting them on exactly when we want to, but we're getting them on. So
Yes. I'll just stay with that.
Okay.
At the moment.
Anybody having fun yet?
Yeah.
All right, so that's
Well,
all
and I
right.
told Speedy earlier, after yesterday's internet outage, I was really looking forward to today.
I was too.
Like
I'm actually having a really good day. I like today.
Well, and I was and came in this morning. I thought, man, I can't wait. And I even filed this away. And there'll be parts that I miss, but I thought Greg's not going to make fun of me today, so I got that to add on to it.
Yeah, I wore whatever I wanted to.
Absolutely. And it just got to be where I thought at first Speedy was playing a joke on me.
Right.
Like I thought he's just doing his thing, and he's going to tell me in a minute that he's not being serious.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, it's just like it got momentum going downhill and wouldn't stop.
But look, and look, let's face it, the corporate Tom's moved to Omaha. He ain't gonna
Yeah,
help
I
us.
know.
Yeah, I mean,
He ain't gonna help us. And,
what do they call the old investor out there? What's his name? Warren Buffett. He's got a. What do they call him though? The something of Omaha. What is it? What's the name of that? Dadgummit.
I would like to consider a new nickname for Super Tom, now Corporate Tom.
Right.
What if we start calling him Mutual of Omaha?
What do we call him? Marlon Perkins.
Marlon Perkins. But let's talk about this. So I was the same way. I saw young Scruggs up here, and I thought, well, young Scruggs is up here because he heard us talking about him yesterday. There's nothing wrong. Because Speedy and Helmsley, you tried to protect us by not sending us a.
Well, we did. We thought we could get it all out of the way before, and we were trying to talk about things of a serious nature this morning with all this was going on. We had no business doing that. We should have just talked to Atlanta Braves baseball, and but we tried to hide it from you, and then Scruggs at one point was very confident in what was about to happen, and Speedy and I bought into
young
it.
Scruggs?
Yes, we bought into it.
You're talking
We
about
thought-
confident young Scruggs?
and then I saw a face, and I thought, "Uh-oh, this ain't good."
That's terrible.
Is he
This is
related
where
to
I have
Mike?
to-
Do we know?
This is where I have to walk into R&B and explain to them it's going to be a roller coaster again today.
How would you like to try to come out of the breaks when your timer keeps changing? You have no idea how long you've been in the break.
Well, you're going to take the old iPhone and time yourself.
You know what? You're right. That's what I'll do.
Yep. Yeah, we can maneuver. We can make this happen.
Yeah, we can make it happen.
And if you're starving for logic on Afghanistan, if you're starving for logic on our automation system, if you're starving for logic on COVID-19, I'm not going to help you today with two stories I'm going to give you.
No, I've come to the conclusion that we're living in a time that I can say this was zero reservation. Nobody knows what they're talking about.
Rick, it's total chaos everywhere.
Nobody has any idea what they're talking about.
The Oracle of Omaha.
The Oracle of Omaha. Thank you. That may be, if I could
good.
say Oracle, that would be Tom's name, but I can't.
Right.
I'm afraid I might say something else. Although I do have a funny one. Look at you.
Now, let me tell you what's funny. But when I saw young Scruggs and he acted like there was trouble up here because y'all had protected us, I thought he was kidding around.
Yeah.
And
That just shows you we all kid way too much.
yeah, you're right. And Bubba, I almost hit his backpack, put something in his coffee, and then I thought, this looks like it's serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He almost, if he hadn't been so busy and trying to help us out, he left himself open for a
Boy, he
good Rick
did.
and Bubba joke.
He really did. All right, well, let's see what happens on this break. This ought to be fun.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 35 minutes past the hour. I think we got in and out of that break okay. So we're back. Rick, don't say things like that, buddy. You know better than that. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. I do want to talk to you about that. If you're a business owner, you really don't have time to go through interviews that were a waste of your time when you've got an opportunity and you're trying to fill it to make your team even better. Hey, anybody ever made a bad hire? Hey, that goes well, doesn't it? But anyway, so what LinkedIn.com/Bubba can do is they really will vet out. They'll take your opportunity, they'll put it in front of their 700, and now I think it's 770 million professionals, and they'll get it in front of them, but then they'll also get with you for your business, and they'll get some questions that they'll use to kind of vet out people that really are not qualified or you wouldn't desire to have. So then when you get down to actually interviewing people, you're interviewing the best of the best. These are people you would actually prefer. So you don't waste time interviewing people who really never had a shot, okay? So use LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post the job for free, and I did say free as a listener of this show. So there's a link at rickandbubba.com, so you just fill out the targeted screening questions and get your role in front of the most qualified candidates with the experience, skills, and motivation that you need. And then all you're doing now is you're using their simple tools to filter and prioritize the top candidates, and then you interview them, and here we go. So use that right now, LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post for free, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have Biden from yesterday.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Y'all, the president of the United States of America, God love him. I mean, I'm at the point where I'm saying God love him. Okay, I'm at that point.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I'm like, man, this guy, he needs our help. I mean, he certainly. I wouldn't feel comfortable if Joe Biden was driving me to the grocery store and back.
No.
Rick,
Okay,
I ain't getting in a car with him.
No. So anyway,
I've seen the way he was driving them battery cars.
let's look at some of the response of how things are going, and this is kind of surprising because this is CNN, MSNBC, Colbert, and ABC. These are not exactly enemies of the Democratic Party, and certainly they prefer Joe Biden over Donald Trump for sure. But listen to some of the comments being made by them. Here we go.
It's hard to argue that the White House didn't shank the withdrawal.
You cannot defend the execution here. This has been a disaster.
It's just unconscionable for them to get it that wrong.
And this is about leaving hastily and ineptly. Secretary Blinken, how did President Biden get this so wrong?
This president and his indifference to things he was warned about put us where we are, and that's a fact.
He's lost the competency high marks that he was getting at one time.
Does President Biden not bear the blame for this disastrous exit?
It's a failure, and he needs to own that failure.
I supported President Biden. I did campaign, and this is the first time in my life that I regret my decision that I made.
The idea that President Biden ordered 2,500 service members out and now is sending up to 5,000 service members back in, does that not on its face show that the exit was ineptly planned?
Just a thought. Maybe we should have checked with the Afghan army if they had the will before we gave them the tools and the weapons, because now the Taliban has the will and the weapons.
This remains very much a disaster, and one of the contributing factors here is when you listen to the president, he is saying things that simply do not comport with the reality that we are seeing with our own eyes.
I think it's devastating to President Biden's international credibility and to the credibility of the country that he leads, the United States of America, as we go around the world.
Will the Democrats have his back the way the GOP had Trump's back in low moments? Nope. Not judging by this week.
Now, I want to say that again. Every comment that you just heard or watched was from CNN, MSNBC, Colbert, and ABC. And so I think what's happening right now, and I know some of you are not going to like this statement, we've all been talking about that our country needs to come together and let's concentrate on the things that we all agree on. Apparently, we're starting to all agree that the election of President Biden was a terrible decision. It looks like we're starting as far as how this is being handled. Okay, it looks like everybody is in agreement. Now I know we had one Democrat yesterday to tell all of us to deal with it, Even though probably not the thing to say when 13 Marines have just been killed.
That was sad.
That, hey, this is just part of it. Deal with it. We normally as a country we probably don't take that attitude when our Marines, who by the way were killed this time, and really just our ineptness. Okay, and having Rick,
because we were trusting the Taliban to screen terrorists before they got to our checkpoint. Are you kidding me?
Look, I'm going to say this just out of, if nothing else, kindness. We're going to skip through the thing where the president gets up there and starts talking about, and God bless him, about the earthly death of one of his sons. I don't even know what that has to do with what we're talking about. I think he's just a man who's beat down and old and struggling. So I'm just going to leave that alone.
Rick, I don't know why this hadn't worked. I mean, we all know how well the plan worked to hire the Nazis to help us rebuild Germany.
Yeah.
Think about that.
I know.
How ridiculous.
I know.
But bless your heart, the people who are on the line here. And like I said, we got people now who are just trying on their own to get people out.
I was going in and out of sleep because I was really sleepy because we usually don't. I mean, honestly, I've gone on just a hiatus from watching the news. I just don't. And I said, well, we've had something big. We need to get updated. Sherry and I were watching it. So I was falling in and out of sleep. And there were times that I saw things last night on the news that I looked at Sherry and I said, am I sleeping?
Yeah,
I said,
because I get that feeling I must be dreaming.
Yeah, I may be dreaming because I know I didn't see a guy wearing our uniform that just said the Taliban is in charge of securing our troops. I know I didn't see that. And Sherry goes, unfortunately, I think you did.
It really makes me want to bring a new line of shirts to the merchandise table called Orange Man Not That Bad.
Right. Well, you know what? Hey, aren't y'all happy today that we don't have a president being mean on Twitter?
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the next President Biden.
Soccer moms, how are you on that one?
Yeah.
You feel better now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a mean world out there, and probably having someone who's clearly in the early stages of Alzheimer's or dementia, probably not the way to go. But anyway, so here's President Biden after all of the, and we still got some bizarre things to show, but I'm just going to move through that first part because obviously it was difficult to watch. Here he is vowing the United States would hunt down the perpetrators. So here he is. Here's Biden.
To those who carried out this attack, as well as anyone who wishes America harm, know this: we will not forgive. We will not forget. We will hunt you down and make you pay.
I bet they're
we will
scared
not
to
be
death.
deterred by terrorists. We will not let them stop our mission. We will continue the evacuation. I've also ordered my commanders to develop operational plans to strike ISIS-K assets, leadership, and facilities.
What?
We will respond with force and precision at our time, at the place we choose, in the moment of our choosing. Here's what you need to know. These ISIS terrorists will not win. We will rescue the Americans who are there. We will get our Afghan allies out, and our mission will go on. America will not be intimidated, and I have the utmost confidence in our brave service members who continue to execute this mission with courage and honor to save lives and get Americans, our partners, our Afghan allies out of Afghanistan.
Rick, here's the thing. This is not a sales manager of a corporation who had a bad rollout on something. This is not a CEO of a corporation or a business who didn't see the COVID coming and mishandled that, and they've got themselves in a cash flow problem. This is the President of the United States that has full control of the strongest military the world has ever seen, and this is how we're handling it. This is the biggest debacle I have ever seen in the history of my lifetime with our country. And I don't know how Congress is not having impeachment hearings today, and I don't see even how the Democrats are not going 25th Amendment. We got to get this guy out. We got to get – look, I'm no fan of Kamala Harris, okay, the vice president. But listen, right now, I'd take Hillary Clinton over any of this bunch.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Any of this
But you're
bunch.
right. I can't argue against that. I mean, I can't believe
his cabinet's never going to do the 25th.
She's done this stunt, too. I mean, she's got her own mess.
Yeah, Benghazi, too,
But good night. I mean, it's like we have fallen in a hole, and we just somebody threw us a shovel, and we just keep digging.
When we come back, there's more troubling stuff from this.
And it ain't over, guys. We have not seen the worst yet.
No, you're right. Sadly. President Biden in a minute is going to read off a card that he's not supposed to read off of. It's supposed to just be instructions for him.
Could you imagine if any president had a predetermined card and read off who he was supposed to ask questions to? How the media would lose their mind?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. All right, so opportunities coming up this weekend. Excited tonight. I'll get an opportunity to be in Birmingham, Alabama, and Helena, Speedy, your community.
Yep.
The church at Old Town. We have a men's gathering tonight, and we'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. And from themanchurch.com, I'll be speaking to those men tonight. Got Dreamland Barbecue for you, so you get a nice dinner. Got a couple of putting greens and some stuff you can do beforehand. 7 o'clock the service begins. And then you have a chance to plug into some of our small group Bible studies from I think the curriculum we're doing there is Real Men. That's 8 different men of the Bible. So we have 2 different curriculums we offer. We'll have a third one by this time next year. But anyway, if you want to be with us, go to upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. There's a link there. Click that link. It's a $5 ticket for you to be there. Or if you'd rather just do that as you come in tonight, you're certainly welcome to do so. So continuing, Bubba, with the president's press conference yesterday, this is the one where he looks down and just reads off a card what he's not supposed to read. He's supposed to just simply follow.
You know, and, most press conferences, the speaker will look up, will call on people. He has a pre-programmed list of people he's supposed to call on, in an order he's supposed to call on them, which means they've been cleared by the White House to ask their question, which I'm sure they know what it is in advance so they can prepare him an answer. Now, Rick, if any other president had ever had a pre-programmed card to answer questions on, they would be scolded beyond belief.
Watch him read it when he's not even supposed to.
Wishes to get out of Afghanistan. We will find them and we will get them out. Ladies and gentlemen, they gave me a list here. The first person I was instructed to call on was Kelly O'Donnell of NBC.
Good gracious.
I was instructed to call on Kelly O'Donnell, who apparently did whatever you need to do to be first on the list.
In all fairness, and this leads to the next one, if they're going to do that, why don't you tell him to stop calling on Peter Doocy?
Oh, this is when he went off the script and said, and then he says the most interesting man and the
President, there had not been
the most interesting reporter,
man in the media.
What's that?
Well, we'll hear it. Let's look at it.
Mr. President, there had not been a U.S. service member killed in combat in Afghanistan since February of 2020. You set a deadline, you pulled troops out, you sent troops back in, and now 12 Marines are dead. You said the buck stops with you. Do you bear any responsibility for the way that things have unfolded in the last 2 weeks?
Watch his body
I
language.
bear responsibility for fundamentally all that's happened of late. But here's the deal. You know, I wish you'd one day say these things. You know as well as I do that the former president made a deal with the Taliban that he would get all American forces out of Afghanistan by May 1. In return, the commitment was made, and that was a year before. In return, he was given a commitment that the Taliban would continue to attack others, but would not attack any American forces. Remember that? I'm being serious. No, I'm asking you a question. Because before... No, wait a minute. I'm asking you a question. Is that accurate, the best of your knowledge? What?
Do you think that people have an issue with pulling out of Afghanistan or just the way that things have happened?
I think they have an issue that people are likely to get hurt. Some, as we've seen, have gotten killed, and that it is messy. The reason why, whether my friend will acknowledge it or has reported it, the reason why there were no attacks on Americans, as you said, from the date until I came into office, was because the commitment was made by President Trump, I will be out by May 1st. In the meantime, you agree not to attack any Americans. That was the deal. That's why no American was attacked.
Yeah, sound like a good deal.
Yeah, we know that. See,
your point is
right. See, and the president.
What was the president? Y'all
said,
tell me if it's me.
The president.
Am I not getting this?
The former president said on this show and others, the reason why we didn't leave is they never met my demands for us to leave.
Yeah, it had conditions.
Right, it had conditions on it, and we said with 2,500 okay, with 2,500 troops, we kept order because we said if one American gets touched, we will rain down, and even said to the Taliban leader, on your city where you live first. And so certainly Trump wanted to leave, but he wasn't going to leave and leave a vacuum like what we just saw when you just take the military out of there and you got Afghanis coming back to military bases and we're gone. You've got them going to the president's palace. He's gone. And suddenly they're left behind with nothing. And you're being told over and over again, here comes the Taliban. The Taliban is on the move. Here they come. Do something, do something, do something, do something, do something. And then we're like, well, let's just get out of there. And so this has been a disaster. Everybody in the media says this is a disaster. And for you to say the former president didn't have any attacks because he told them that if they attacked any Americans, there would be trouble. Well, yeah, yeah. And the point when he was like, crouching down and putting his head down.
That's why. So this is our commander in chief. He can't handle a commercial from a 34-year-old Doocy.
You mean a question?
Question.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Commercial, because that's all you've been dealing with.
That's all I've been dealing with.
Right.
A question from is Doocy even shaving at this point?
Right.
So I can't handle that type of question from that young man, and I cow down and I look down. That's odd.
Well, watch this.
Scary.
Here's how he ends it. He lets everybody know that he has another meeting.
Yeah. For real, he does.
Yeah.
I have another meeting for real. I have another meeting for real.
Okay, buddy.
If it wasn't so sad, Saturday Night Live has got it made.
Yeah, they really
I mean,
did.
they've got material for the next 3 years.
I saw somebody the other day put out something. They said, if you want to know how old I am, I'm so old I remember when Saturday Night Live was funny.
Yeah.
So
next hour, I'm gonna plead with y'all if we can play some old video of Biden and how tough and mean he was, and now the difference in how he's acting.
You talking about calling for somebody to take responsibility?
Look at that look right
some
there.
Accountability.
One of the problems with the airfield we're using, it's in a downtown area, so it's hard to set up a perimeter. See, Bagram Airfield, where our military base was, is an hour away. Right. And it's basically out in the middle of nowhere, so you can't get to it without being seen.
Right.
And that's why it was so secure. It was actually an old Russian airfield that we took over and built up.
That's one mistake we haven't talked about enough. Giving that up was
we just left in the middle of the night.
Was lunacy.
See, that's what a lot of the people are advising the president to go and take that back and make that the evacuation, or at least help with evacuations, because it is a defendable position. I mean, you can set up blockades 25 miles out. They can't get through. So I don't know. It's just so bizarre. I mean, I'm begging somebody who's in the loop to take charge of this.
Well, I don't know whether this is some childlike, naive, I don't know how the world really works, or is it diabolical? I don't.
And you can't say the buck stops with me and then blame everybody else. That's not the buck stopping with you. That's just you saying it stops with you.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba. rickandbubba.com under the spot.
Okay, folks.
Six minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy Helmsy, Adler here. The real Greg Burgess out today. He'll be back, Lord willing, on Monday. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Look, there's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for sharing a few hours with us each and every day.
Coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we talk about Afghanistan. We'll interview U.S. Army veteran Eric Braun. Now, you're going to find out in that podcast about an interpreter that, praise the Lord, we think is out safely. But you're going to get an opportunity to help him. Now, if you go to watch or to listen to Rick and Bubba University this weekend, you are going to hear some information on how you can help. The name that all the guys who worked with him, they gave him the English nickname Rocky. He and his family, 6 kids and wife, they're out, but I mean, they're out with just whatever they could grab because the Taliban wanted to kill them. So they're out, and we're going to have an opportunity to help that family get settled in the United States of America. But unfortunately, when you listen to the podcast, because we recorded it yesterday, the GoFundMe side of it is going to be incorrect. So I'm going to correct that now and tell you how you can go and help, and we'll do it again on Monday too. So here's one correction we need to give you on this edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. You still will be searching for Rocky, my friend, and the comma is important, but you can type that in at fund, F-U-N-D, care.org. Fundcare.org, not GoFundMe. Okay, unfortunately, GoFundMe is not going to do this. So, but FundCare is. So fundcare.org, search the name Rocky, use the punctuation, my friend, and you will be able to find it. And if you feel so led to help, you certainly can. And we thank you in advance. All right, so we've got some other stuff to start this hour. And Speedy, will this be on you? Have you got it, this stuff you want to hear, or did you send that to Adler?
No, Adler's got it.
All right, so this is Joe Biden, the senator.
In 2006, I think?
2006. And he is really, buddy, he's on
Rumsfeld, right?
Yeah, he wants Rumsfeld fired.
He wants Donald Rumsfeld to be removed because he said you can't play games with these people on the Taliban and all this in Afghanistan. And he's really going to lecture Rumsfeld. And it's interesting because everything he's saying now as president, he's about to say completely the opposite when he was a senator. Mm-hmm. So here he is.
Which I'll speak to in a second. And secondly, we have to hold people accountable. You have to hold people accountable for our failures. For the rest of the world looks at us, and when we don't hold our own people accountable, they wonder why they should follow us, our judgment. Everybody says, Biden, why did you call for Rumsfeld's resignation a year and a half ago? Why did you call for it again? It's a simple reason. It's not retribution, folks. I've traveled the world on your behalf. I've been the leader of the Foreign Relations Committee for years. I'm the lead Democrat in foreign policy. I get to meet all these world leaders. They asked me today on television why I think the president should fire Rumsfeld. For the message it would send to the world, for right now. Right now.
Nothing better than a politician getting applause. I love it, Malcolm.
It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal about Rumsfeld. It truly isn't personal. But imagine what the headline in Le Monde in Paris or in Die Zeit in Germany or in Beijing or in Russia would be read by those people if they fired Rumsfeld. It would say the president understands. He understands the course he's been on is mistaken. And maybe now we'll listen to him as he asks our help. Maybe now. You know, there's an old bad joke. How many of you are baseball players? I used to be a relatively good baseball player.
Oh, wow.
And I had a coach
done a lot.
when I was in college.
Payson.
And there was a center fielder who was a star center fielder. He was making a bunch of mistakes. He made 4 errors or 5 errors in the first 2 innings.
He's going to do them. It's in my
coach,
bad.
Scotty Duncan, turned to me, God rest his soul, and said, "Did you ever hear the joke about, I'm changing the name, George, who played center field?" I said, "No, coach." He said, "Well, George made 5 errors in the first 2 innings."
No, he did.
So the coach turned around and said, "Fowler, you're in center field." Fowler goes into center field. First pitch, routine fly ball to Fowler, hits his glove, and he commits an error, drops the ball. Coach goes nuts, calls timeout, drags Fowler across. Fowler comes running across third baseline. He grabs him by the number. He said, "Fowler, what the heck is the matter with you?" And Fowler looks at the coach and says, "Coach, George screwed up center field so badly no one can play it."
Okay, buddy.
All right, well.
That's 2006.
Yeah, based on
being held responsible.
He should be removed today based off his own comments.
So what he
Can we fire him?
No, well,
Yeah,
here's
we can,
but honestly,
there is a cabinet that can.
Can I tell you something?
Remove him today.
Based on what he said about Rumsfeld, then saying it sends a message to the world and puts him back in at ease that we won't tolerate what he deemed to be incompetent. And he wants us to know. Remember, now Biden wants us to know all the important things he's part of.
He run a list.
He's the lead Democrat when it comes to foreign affairs.
All I'm thinking is,
they were talking to me on TV a minute ago,
right,
about this, and I was a pretty good baseball player.
Sure.
But what he's saying.
5 errors in 2 innings. I don't know about that. That's a lot.
Most of the time, kids don't get that many balls hit to them.
Right.
Yeah, I think it would be statistically impossible for an outfielder to get that many balls. But I'm not going to split hairs.
Well, guys, I don't know. I look at his handling of this, and maybe you can commit 5 errors in 1 inning.
Well, that's
but what I was based on what he just said about how important it is, not just to the people of our country, but to the world to feel secure. I've got news for the President Biden. The world, you're freaking the world out right now with your incompetence and your loss of your mental capacity and your faculties. You're really making people in this country and the world really nervous. So I would say, you know what, the point you made, whether it's politically I would agree with you or not on Donald Rumsfeld and what he did or didn't do, but I like your attitude of saying we must hold people accountable, and if they keep making mistakes, the right thing to do is to remove them, not because it's personal, nothing personal against President Biden,
right,
but because it's best for the country and the world. So I would take that same speech and I would apply it to you, the President Biden, and maybe you've got enough mental capacity now and control of your cognitive skills to realize that you can't do this job, and for the benefit of the country and for the security of the world, that you say, I'm stepping down. Now, that's going to get us Kamala Harris, and I got that. But we're to the point now, I'm being serious right now.
Yeah.
This man, God love him as a human being, he cannot do this job. And I think all of you know that. It doesn't matter who you voted for, if you're an orange man bad, all that. However you see it, we all know as Americans, and the world all knows, this man cannot do this job.
And we're just 8 months into a 4-year gig.
Right. And so something has to be done. And he, I don't know whether, because I'm not sure how much of his time he's in the real world. So he's obviously broken down. He's obviously tired. He's old. He's an older guy. He's been through a lot. His family's been through a lot. I just don't think the pressure of this gig that he can handle that kind of pressure in his current state. Now, maybe when he was a younger guy and fiery and all that, I might have disagreed with him politically. Just like, I mean, we just said a minute ago on this program, I don't know whether y'all heard it or not. I couldn't believe what I heard, but I kind of agree with the team here. I really believe I'd probably hear me, this is just compared to what I'm watching right now. As far as feeling secure and being able to take on the rest of the world, even though she's got a Benghazi on her resume that looks like maybe she can't handle it either. But I think right now, as far as cognitive skills, now she's probably, meaner, which sometimes it could be, whatever. But really, I probably would feel better about Hillary Clinton. If I couldn't have Trump, if I'm not allowed Trump again, then Hillary over Biden. I mean,
I said this to my wife last night. And I couldn't believe. I thought I'd never say this ever in my life. Between Kamala and Nancy Pelosi, who are the ones that are in line there,
boy, that gives you.
I think I would take Hillary.
Yeah.
I wish.
Look, if we're going to play the what if game,
right?
And if the Democrats have the seat and they get to keep the seat, I say bring Bill back.
Yeah,
I would go for that.
Yeah, you know what?
He'll light the bombers up now.
Yeah.
If he gets a little heat on him. So I have more confidence in him than I do him.
Really, the most dangerous thing for the Taliban is Bill Clinton to come back. I know we'd have to change our rules. Him being another scandal, and then he'd bomb the heck out of it.
And I can promise you this: what Hillary
wear him out.
What Hillary went through with Benghazi, it wouldn't happen again.
Yeah,
that's an experience you'll never forget. And never let it happen again
Rick
either.
And Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have another meeting for real. 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 I have another meeting for real.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be out again this weekend. So be sure you grab that wherever you get podcasts. And we'll talk with Eric Braun, who served our country and actually worked as a military contractor doing security at the palace in Afghanistan. And you can hear his perspective of everything and get an opportunity to help one of the interpreters that it was interesting. I did see some of the inconsistencies yesterday. At one time, Biden is telling us he's going to get everybody out, all the Americans out. Of course, you know, any of them who were killed yesterday, probably not. And he's going to get all the Americans out and all the Afghanis who helped us. And then another speech, he said, well, now, when you're part of war, you know, sometimes people always get left behind. So I don't know what, you know, just trying to follow what he's talking about is very difficult. But so now,
I kind of wish we'd leave him behind.
So it was mentioned with Kamala Harris going to Vietnam in passing. I'd never heard of it before in my life. I don't even know what it means. Bubba, you're going to help us on that. Just kind of like the word Havana Syndrome was just thrown out there, saying that we have somebody here who has a Havana Syndrome, and that kept us from getting the vaccines that we promised to the Vietnamese people. So the Chinese came in and took care of it for us.
Yeah, upped it, doubled it,
and
for us,
doubled
yeah.
it. Of course, by the way,
what are they giving out? Do they have their own version? Just curious. I don't know. The Chinese, do they have their own vaccine?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you, I saw the one yesterday. The BBC reported
theirs might be pretty good since.
What's the one called AstraZeneca?
Boy,
I saw yesterday. The BBC reported they got a reporter that died from it. The vaccine.
They were having,
took her out.
They were having some issues with it.
Yeah.
Rick, the Havana Syndrome, and I had several people email me and ask me about
I've never
this.
even heard of that.
Okay, so it first showed up like in 2016 at our embassy in Havana. That's why it got its name, when Cuba was being opened back up by then President Obama. And we had diplomats that were getting sick, and they all had the same symptoms. They were hearing ringing in their ears. They were having headaches. They couldn't sleep. They had memory loss. They couldn't think clearly. And that seems to be a running theme with this. Well, and you don't, Rick, once you get it, you don't get over it. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be permanent damage. So there's been a lot of questions about what is it, how's it being operated, and, you know, we can't prove it yet, but we know something's going on. But what it more than likely is, and we don't know exactly, but more than likely, it's a high-energy microwave beam that's being pointed at these buildings or more at these windows, something higher than 10 gigahertz at a very high power. And these symptoms are very similar to people who have had accidents around microwave radar stations that have accidentally got overdosed on RF energy. And so I think it is fair to assume that what we're seeing is a weapon that someone has devised where they can go out and cause people to get sick to disturb operations at an embassy or probably a military base or other things. And that's what it is. It's a high-frequency radio transmitter that is being beamed in a very small beam at somebody. And if that is the case, they would have to be using a very small directional antenna to transmit it and probably couldn't generate it more than over maybe a mile at the tops, more likely a half a mile or less. So somebody's sitting in a building somewhere beaming us through a window and making people sick. And that's what we're seeing. We don't know who's doing it. More than likely, it looks like it probably came out of China or Russia since it showed up first in Cuba. And it was meant to aggravate and to disrupt people without actually firing a bomb in some place.
Oh, kind of like the Wuhan lab.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're looking at. The exacts of it are unknown at this point, but the conditions that these people are having are almost identical to accidental zapping at radar sites. So I think that's what you're looking at, a very high-power microwave weapon that's a very concentrated beam that's being shot at these places.
So where do they think one of the staff members of Kamala Harris was zapped?
Well, these embassies are targets because, you know, they know we have diplomats in there. They know they're doing work. So they're apparently lining these things up around the world to shoot at our embassies and our hotels that we're staying in. Now, if the hotel room had been wired with this technology, it could be generated that way. But aside from that, it's probably being shot at them from, and it has to be direct line of sight. It won't go through a building to get to another building. You'd have to be right on it. But
so they think this happened in Vietnam?
Yes, yeah. It appears to be following us and our diplomats around the globe wherever they're going. So
we've had more than one person have.
Yes,
Havana
we've had
syndrome?
several incidences
Recently.
of this happening. Yes, all the way back probably to 2016.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering, like, right now, is this like in this administration the first one they've had?
This is the most recent one they've had on this trip. Yeah. And again, I think they're testing and playing with it to see what they can get away with, and you're going to see it in other places as it becomes more prevalent.
Are these people, once they get it, there's no getting better?
No, you're messed up after you get it. It's like being overdosed to radiation.
And so
some people recover some, but from what I'm reading, the long-term effects are more permanent than not. Ringing of the ears and mental disorders and all that kind of stuff.
Oh my gosh, I've got Havana Syndrome.
They basically are frying your brain with a microwave is what it is. It's like having your brain in a microwave.
Is it possible they've zapped Biden?
It is possible that Biden has been, yes, I think so. That's exactly it.
Yeah. Feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got a look of that.
Right.
It's got a look of that. But a lot of these other diplomats and people are very young. I mean, they shouldn't be suffering from, this kind of memory issue. But there's no doubt someone is doing this, and there's ways to locate it. You can always triangulate and find a transmitting signal, if you would. But it's going to take people with the right equipment and spread out in an area so they can triangulate the signal. It does make it hard because it's so limited and so focused, a little more difficult to isolate. But that's the only way you're ever going to do it. And this is going on, and we can't seem to get a break in this case as far as finding someone with the equipment.
So it's happening to us, but we cannot identify who's doing it.
No.
So right now, based on that, every time we send out anyone who's a diplomat or part of our, administration, they can be zapped at their hotel or at an embassy, and we have no way to stop it.
Yeah, and
if they have the ability to do it.
The Journal of American Medicine, JAMA, has done stories on this, and they believe it to be a microwave weapon. And it says, just doing a little reading on it, says the U.S. intelligence services have not reached a consensus or formal determination on the cause of Havana Syndrome, but unnamed sources in intelligence communities and 2 presidential administrations have expressed suspicions toward the Russian military intelligence, or better known as GRU.
When we come back, we'll take your phone calls. A lot of topics are out there, so Speedy, we will do phone calls here. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We talk to you coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's let the people talk. Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We want to chat with you. Come on in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can join us. Folks got their fold-out chairs outside the broadcast plaza and teleport watching the show today. Thank you guys for being here. And if you move right now, you'll get in. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba show teaming up. This is an all-natural approach to pain. And we want to thank Marie from Michigan for sending in her letter. It says it's been over a year now since I started taking Relief Factor after hearing about it on the show, and the results have been truly altering. She said, this has changed my life. I've suffered from pain, inflammation, chronic fatigue, and even depression for over 20 years, and I'd learned to manage it through major concessions in my personal and professional life. Nothing that I tried over the years had worked consistently, and I found myself taking a bunch of the over-the-counter pain stuff, and we all know that that's not what they're designed for. That's not healthy. So although I was skeptical, I decided I had nothing to lose, sent for the quick start pack, and to my surprise, it started working for her, which is great, almost immediately. Just turned 60, and I truly mean it when I say that listening to this show, finding out about Relief Factor, and then getting it has given me a new lease on life. Well, that's great news, Marie.
That is.
She said, God bless the show. Well, thank you very much. Said it's never too late to start enjoying the benefits of good health, and I thank you. And also my husband thanks you, too. So ReliefFactor.com. I hope this will work for you. 4 botanicals, all natural. I take 2 packs every day just for maintenance with the, just the aches and pains of life and trying to do a little better and getting a little older. So get yours now, $19.95, and in 3 weeks you should see whether it's working for you or not. I hope it will. It does for most. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Trevor out of the great state of Alabama. Trevor, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead. How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
We're fantastic.
We're great.
Great. First-time caller. Thanks for having me. Just want to say I know the good Lord is in control, but it's bad when Joe Biden makes Jimmy Carter look like a great president.
If you're Carter, you got to be feeling pretty good right now. I mean, if he continues to drive this thing into the wall, you may not be the worst administration we've ever had. I hope that doesn't. I hope it gets better, but that's a great point. Let's go to Mike in Tennessee. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I think that we have a problem because our leadership in the world, namely this administration, has no spiritual or moral clarity, no self-awareness. They care more about political optics because that's worked for them in the past. All Biden wants to do is, on September 11th this year, is claim victory that he got us out of this war. And the social dilemma is people are going to believe it.
Yesterday we played the clips earlier. He took some pretty good heat from media that's usually very, very complimentary and protective of him. I think this one is so bad that people say, I don't want to look this goofy by acting like this is okay, no matter what media source I work for. But you may be right. By the time it's over, you're right. It'll be cleaned up, and we'll be told it was wonderful, I'm sure. Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hello?
Hey, buddy, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
My son is in the Marines. He's right now standing on the runway in Afghanistan.
Yep.
The biggest slap in the face I've seen was Biden's speech last night.
Yeah.
It's when he asked for a moment of silence. And when he bowed his head, it appeared to me he reached down in his pocket to pull out his phone to check a message.
Well, in all fairness, whatever Joe Biden does right now, he may not be consciously and deliberately doing it. Just so you know. I mean, I know that's hurtful, but man, right now, I don't know that we can really, if he even realizes what he's doing. But which is sad in and of itself. I want to thank you for your family, because you all serve anytime you got someone there.
Yep.
And the fact that we've put your son and those Marines yesterday in unnecessary danger, and now their security is in the hands of the Taliban. I am so sorry that you were in that situation. That is heartbreaking. We, as your brothers and sisters, of the faith, and also fellow Americans, we will join you in praying for the protection of those like your son
that are standing in this situation right now that
and
they
so many are right now,
and they should not be in this situation. And that's one of that's what makes them more impressive, though, because people like your son will volunteer knowing that many times they will be at the mercy of whatever whim our country goes on and elects a commander-in-chief. And then, watching even people wearing uniform yesterday saying things that were so idiotic. And here your son is just a guy who's ready to do his job and is trained to do it well. Just our heart breaks for you, man, but I'm hoping and praying that he comes home safely.
Thank you. I just talked to him about 10 minutes ago, and everything's good over there right now.
Good.
So just continue prayers.
We will.
I hope and pray that there are things going on that we are not hearing about, that's not getting in the news to secure that situation. And I hope that there are commanders along the way that are doing what they need to do that without waiting on the leadership, so to speak.
Well, I saw Oliver North last night, and the thing about Ollie North right now is he's dangerous too because he's aging.
Yeah.
So I think that sometimes he may say things he's not even supposed to say. But last night he seemed to indicate there is something brewing in that open area desert that's north of there, that they're building up a resistance there to come.
Well, that is where the warlord who became the vice president.
That's him, yeah.
Has his troops gathered, and he has never been defeated by the Taliban.
Right.
They have tried to defeat him 2 or 3 times over the past 20 years, and he kind of tried to get on the straight and narrow and become the vice president.
Right.
But he kept his warlord group together just in case. And right now, they have not fallen. They are still fighting.
Right.
And are holding their own. And and see, he may be mean enough that he can go in and do what we don't have the guts to do.
Bill on the road. Bill, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. You were talking about toast yesterday.
Yes.
My wife had a tendency to burn the toast for my children when they were young. They were at her mother's house one day, and her mother fixed perfect golden brown toast. My daughter looked at it and looked back at the mother and said, "This is not done."
Yeah, Mama been burning it. Butler in Florence, WLAY. Butler, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Hey, Bubba, don't feel bad, man. I've had a gym membership for 3 years. I've been 3 times. I paid $19.99 a month. One time I worked out, and the other 2 times I work at New Core Steel up here in Decatur. And I just stopped by to take a shower on the way home so we could go out to eat. So don't feel bad at all.
I really don't.
You're right. Did we say something about Jim membership?
We didn't this morning, but my guess is he was probably going through his day listening to Tune In, and there was some kind of that's the only thing I can piece together.
Well, we've said this on the air.
That could have been like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago in his defense.
Well, I will say this, and we've said this on the air before, and I know people who work in the gym industry, and it's people like him and like us. This is how they make their living.
Yes.
Because if everybody who bought a gym membership ever came, they wouldn't have room for us. So what they know is most everybody who buys one is rarely, if ever, going to use it. But you know what? They got you for a year.
Yeah, they've got the payment coming in. I wonder, somebody in that industry, and you could be anonymous, what is really the show up versus the membership?
I hear it's.
I bet it's 20%.
I hear it's very similar to the people that tithe at the church, about 20%.
Is that what it is in the church?
The church is 20%.
Is it really?
As a matter of fact, most churches, 20% of the people do everything. The other 80 are just along for the ride.
Yeah. You talking about takers?
Let's go to. Of course, I saw a very impassioned message about that one time, but it got away from him at the end. That was the sound. Let's go to Stone. Stone, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
First-time caller.
Thank
you. Wanted to let Bubba know that the microwave radiation is not necessarily a weapon. The Russians and the Chinese use it as an eavesdropping method.
Right.
The microwave radiation is bounced off a window, and they can actually read the conversations on the other side of it based on the reflections or the vibration of the window.
Yes, I saw a demonstration of that using lasers in 1979 or 80. That's how old that technology is. Did you know that? You could. They literally have a gun They can point at a window with headphones on and hear every conversation going on inside, because the air pressure from us talking, as small as it is, moves your window in a slight amount, and they can decode that with a laser.
Somebody said if you wear a mask, so they don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, it's going to sound like that.
We'll come back. James Spann joins us next. I know, hey, we got some more weather. We're going to be in play first of next week. Also, he'll give you an idea what your weekend is going to be like. So James Spann, everybody's favorite meteorologist, will join us in the next segment on today's edition of Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Tropical Storm Ida could be a player. The latest on Tropical Storm Ida. Spann's with us.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's the mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the Mayweather man. He's the mighty James Spann.
How do, James Spann?
James. I'm doing very well. How are you fine, gentlemen, on this Friday morning?
Well, just thankful that, I wish there wasn't a tropical storm, but if you have to report on something, 3 letters is pretty easy for us.
Yeah, we can say Ida.
Yeah, I think we can do Ida.
Yeah, we've had some good names this year. We've had Fred and Grace and Ida. I mean, last year we had Isaias that took us, forever to figure out.
Isaias.
So Ida is beginning to grow stronger, fellas. The winds have increased over the morning. When we started about 4 o'clock this morning, the top winds were 45 miles an hour. The winds have increased to 60 miles an hour based on reconnaissance data. And the system will be crossing the western tip of Cuba later today or this evening, and then coming out into the Gulf, and it should become a hurricane by tomorrow morning. And the latest track from the Hurricane Center projects landfall as a major hurricane. And by major, that would be defined as Category 3 or higher. And at this point, they're expecting to be at Category 3 strength on the southeast Louisiana coast Sunday afternoon. And a hurricane watch is in effect now from Cameron, Louisiana to the Alabama-Mississippi border, the Alabama Gulf Coast under a tropical storm watch. And these warnings will likely be these watches will likely be upgraded to warnings at some point over the weekend. And the confidence in the track is pretty good. That there's a decent skill set. The skill set is not as good with the intensity forecasting, and that's always the problem with these. And right now, again, the Hurricane Center is forecasting Ida to be a major Category 3 at the time of landfall. Could it be a 4? Yes, it could be. But again, every bit of guidance in the house and based on the current upper air pattern, the heat content would suggest this will be a 3. Whatever, this will be a high impact event. And of course, one of the big problems is the storm surge, the water. And at this point, we're expecting a storm surge between 7 and 11 feet. That's a lot of water, fellas, coming in from the Gulf through southeast Louisiana and coastal Mississippi, the western part of coastal Mississippi. For the Alabama coast in Mobile Bay, the storm surge expected to be between 3 and 5 feet. And of course, this would be Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening. And as we always say, just listen to your local officials when it comes to evacuations and what to do, because it depends on your elevation and a lot of other things. But there's going to be a lot of orders given this weekend in terms of getting out for some of the people in the zones here. Of course, the other issue, a lot of rain. We'll have freshwater flooding well inland. We could see a foot of rain easily from New Orleans. And we should mention that the city of New Orleans is under a hurricane warning. But a foot of rain for New Orleans. Inland parts of Mississippi and Alabama could receive between 4 and 7 inches of rain later as this comes in Monday and Tuesday. And on top of that, we have potential for a few isolated tornadoes through parts of eastern Mississippi and Alabama by Monday and Tuesday. And those are always problematic, these tornadoes with tropical systems. They tend to be like really small, and they often don't last long. And sometimes they're literally under the radar. They're low top. So sometimes they can touch down without warning. And even if we see it, by the time a warning goes out, they're gone. So be very weather aware with the possibility of tornadoes. And the other thing, too, on the Gulf Coast, even away from those watches and warnings, we talked about a hurricane watch from Cameron, Louisiana to the Alabama-Mississippi border. Right now, there's no watch, no warning for the Florida Panhandle. But even there, places like Pensacola, Destin, Navarre, Fort Walton Beach, Panama City Beach, you're going to have rip currents. That will be a problem pretty much all weekend into Monday of next week, and expect to see double red flags there. So if you're going to Panama City or Destin, the impact won't be as great there. But again, the rip current danger will be high. And then on the Gulf Coast, the weather starts to improve on Tuesday as the system lifts out. And the latter half of the week should be pretty quiet down there. So the bottom line is, guys, a major hurricane, Category 3, most likely will make landfall somewhere on the southeast Louisiana coast Sunday afternoon, with a big storm surge along and east of that landfall point. In addition to that, we have the chance of freshwater flooding, a few water spouts and tornadoes. and just a big mess, and just kind of pay attention to local officials. And they've got some big decisions to make today in terms of what they do with those folks that live on the coast in low areas.
James, I see the governor of Louisiana is already declaring an emergency, and they are in the process of shutting down the refineries there in the New Orleans area, which of course will mean gas prices will go up.
Yep.
But that is the safe thing to do, and that's that could really be a double whammy. I guess the best thing, when that thing comes in, we want it to move on quickly and not be slow, right? I mean, get on out of there.
Right. And we look back at Sally. A lot of people are still hurting from Sally last year. That thing just did not want to move. I mean, it was just creeping along. This one will not be moving rapidly, but it will be moving at a faster pace than Sally. And one more point about this thing, guys. Let's say that ultimately this becomes a Category 4, and all of a sudden the storm surge is 15 to 18 feet. You might not have that information until hours before landfall. And what they have to do, the officials that are planning things, is a course of least regret. You've got to plan for maybe a worst case scenario. So that's why you're seeing a lot of, rigs shutting down and things like that, because intensity forecasting can be a problem. And could this be a 4? Yes. But listen, a 3 is a big deal. You think a 3 is not a big deal at the time of landfall. Some famous 3s on the Gulf Coast would include Frederick in 1979, which basically changed the landscape of the Alabama Gulf Coast. And again, these were stronger hurricanes at some point. I'm talking about at the time of landfall. Right. Katrina was a 3. At the time of landfall, Katrina was a Category 3. Earlier in its life, it was a 5, but at the time of landfall, it was a 3. That again, that's an example of the problems we can have here with the 3. And of course, New Orleans flooded because of an engineering failure, really, with those levees. But a 3 is a big deal. Ivan was a 3 at the time of landfall back in 2004. So don't discount this thing. You're thinking, oh, it's not a 4, it's not a 5. We're just going to be fine. No, these things are very dangerous, and you got to pay really close attention if you're in the path of these, especially on the right side of the landfall. The good news, guys, Lake Charles, a year ago today, Hurricane Laura came up and just devastated Lake Charles in the southwestern part of Louisiana. That part of Louisiana is going to be on the good west dry side of this. So this won't bother them much at all. And they certainly don't need another one like that.
And James, looking at your chart, when you say Category 3, it looked like it was right up there on the line of Category 4, but we just don't know. Just don't know at this point.
Right. And again, you've got some guidance here. Looking at the models, and some models do almost bring it up to a Category 4. And the key, it's the upper air pattern over the Gulf. Is the hurricane ventilated well? Will there be any shearing? Are there any cool pockets? And really, it's boiling down there. The water's awfully warm. And there's plenty of oceanic heat content, this latent heat energy. So that's all there. There could be a little bit of west to southwest shear over the system, which could limit the intensification. We hope that's the case. And that's the reason right now it's forecast to be a 3. But understand the way they lump these categories, guys, at 3, 4, 5, all of them, that's considered major. And listen, Sally last year was a 2. Let's say this thing weakens to a 2 unexpectedly. People say, it's just a 2. Well, listen, go back and look at what happened with Sally last year. That was a big,
it caused a lot of damage just because it was moving slow.
Right.
So pay attention to it. And as James said, be sure you're listening to the local officials as far as what you need to do as far as evacuations and things like that. And hopefully and prayerfully, it won't be as bad as it could be. James, thanks for the update. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
James.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's all sing it. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We're back, and we thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, again this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Helmsy, Speedy, and Adler are here. Greg is out. He'll be back on Monday. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for spending a little time with us. Now almost 28 years. Can you believe that?
Wow. Bubba, funny text.
Wow.
Funny text, which we'll get into.
I was 30 when we started this.
How about that? Wow. So, we had...
I could run back then.
I don't know if you know this. We're still in the pandemic. But anyway, so we've had to try to do the golden ticket seats and shut them back down. And we got something we're going to read. Somebody who's out there and outside watching. We got some people that are watching again today.
We call those the silver seats.
We've had people that had big plans about being here, and we've tried to, accommodate them best we could outside. But this is funny because mentioning the pandemic, I just had somebody send me their negative test results for COVID-19. Somebody that I know, and I was like, why are you sending me this? And the person said, well, I mean, I've come to the conclusion I just tested negative for COVID, so I guess I'm just old. Because he said I felt terrible, and I realized that it has nothing to do with COVID.
Yeah, as serious as it all is.
Right.
And we had someone that we know very well pass away yesterday from it. There is. I've got a couple of reports I'll share with you later that I'm going to almost put under the comedy category because they're so comical now.
Well, and as I said, as human beings, it's almost like we've lost the ability to just tell the truth, and that is, we're in something that is novel. We're in a pandemic. None of us were around for the last one. Because they're about every 100 years. And this is a virus that we're trying to figure out, which will be beneficial to the people that may or hopefully, God forbid, have to do it again. And the bottom line is we're learning as we go, and it's okay to say we're doing the best we can, but there's a lot of things we just don't know, so we're just going to keep trying things, and we're all working it out, as opposed to making outlandish statements like this is it and no one can oppose it, because that's just not true. Because we see people that are equally qualified who say two completely different things.
Yeah,
and
we'll share that with you.
And we'll do that later. But anyway, you said you got an email from one of the guys outside.
Oh, yeah. Big Steve's been out here day number 2.
Yeah.
And we talked with him yesterday for a minute. He told me this morning, I met him when I came in, and he said that he's here to show support for the show, but he's also here to support a local team in the sport of floorball.
Say that again.
Are you familiar with floorball?
No, I am not.
He said it's kind of like hockey, but you play it like on a basketball court size inside. It's kind of like field hockey, but on a hard surface.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. Isn't it just field hockey on a hard surface?
Yeah, but they call it floorball in that case. And they're having an event over this weekend down at the BJCC. And it's tied into the World Games and kind of a forerunner of some of that.
Is it qualifying for the World Games?
I'm not, I don't need too many questions on this, Rick. But,
I'm so sorry. You're right. It's going to stir. It'll stir. I'm sorry. That's on me.
But Steve, he does play for the Birmingham franchise of this. So
what, the Steve out here?
Yes.
For the Birmingham franchise?
Yes, that is correct.
So I saw his stick out there earlier,
got his
and I was wondering what was going on.
Does.
It looks like a hockey stick that's just made of bracing,
Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw him yesterday, the first thing that came to mind was world-class athlete.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And so he is a member of the Birmingham Vulcans, which
I know that.
used to be a football team we had there.
Did they not have a team in Virginia?
Well, look,
maybe not.
The floorball, you probably, it's probably a little limited. It's probably not as widespread as some other sports. So
right.
But you know what? They're getting out there and getting after it. So,
are.
Steve, you came this far by George win the thing. You know what I mean?
So there you
Vulcan
go.
up, baby.
Let's go.
Give him the V.
Let's go.
Say Vulcan up.
That's right. Vulcan up.
I might won't do that.
Mine won't either.
I got too much arthritis.
Well, you
now.
don't watch Star Trek.
No, I don't. I didn't.
Live long and prosper.
No, I didn't. If I'd have watched
Isn't
Star
that funny?
Trek,
When we had the World Football League that was called the Birmingham Vulcans,
yep.
nobody knew we had a statue here called the Vulcan. Everybody thought we were some kind of Star Trek.
No, you're
thing.
right. You're right.
And which, if you're going to be a Star Trek thing, the Vulcans are probably a pretty cool bunch to be.
It
with.
is.
But,
Yeah, I never
especially
watched
if they
that.
put that mind melt on you.
I never watched that show. The group that I ran around in, if you watch Star Trek, they beat you up.
Right, right. Well, you didn't tell anybody. That's
right,
for sure.
right. Yeah,
So,
that's right. So,
Well, good luck. That sounds fun.
Yep.
yeah. So also,
Bring it back, Steve. Win it.
Yeah,
Let us know how you do.
Let's go. Look
Huh?
right there.
He's got his shirt on.
Yep,
He's ready.
Yep,
Huh?
yep.
Floor ball, baby.
Right.
Floor ball might be something. I was thinking Michael Helms might be pretty good.
I got enough.
He's still got some feet on him. I've seen him on that tennis
Well,
court.
that's where
moving
you're
around.
going to see the feet on the tennis court.
Well, I'm not going to suggest it to you.
I got too many things going on.
Rick.
I'm not suggesting
No.
to Bubba. I saw what happened at pickleball.
I know.
Rick, I'm kind of like a rocket. Every time they put on the launching pad to get started, it blows up.
Right.
You know,
Rick,
it's
yesterday,
much like Starship test out at SpaceX.
yesterday was an opportunity during the week that I get out and tennis is my do a little bit better. And my tennis bag had to be laying in my office on my desk, and Bubba walked by and he saw it, and I could tell it stirred his interest a little bit. Man, I miss that. I could just the conversation we were having, the things he was saying. I thought, and I miss you being out there, quite frankly.
Listen, some of the hardest athletic competition that I had, not necessarily because of the sport, but because of the conditions we had to play in, was in tennis.
Yeah.
I mean, that 115 in
I know.
Mobile in July was about all, and you're below sea level where they built the courts at. It was tough.
He started wrapping off the list of things that had to happen before I would see his tennis bag.
Yeah.
And wow, it was a long list.
I got to defeat that fort first. I got to win that one 40 love.
I had that happen the other day. I was being, and it wasn't you, Bubba, but I was being lectured just a little bit on my view of the natural antibodies, and that I certainly will consider the vaccine once the natural antibodies wane, if they do. And I kind of got lectured a little bit by somebody who's probably 60, 70 pounds morbidly obese.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking to myself,
most of it.
I remember thinking to myself, if you had the same commitment to maybe your overall health on a daily basis as you do to this vaccine, you probably wouldn't be all that worried. You're acting like that I'm doing something death-defying. The way you're living your life is death-defying every single day.
Yeah.
It's like it's amazing where we find the moment to go, oh man, it's like
that BMI thing though. That is a little ridiculous.
no.
Because you're overweight too on this, right?
Bubba, this had nothing to do with BMI.
Bubba, I'm overweight.
This had zero to do with BMI. Look, we can all play that BMI card. I got it.
Bubba, I'm overweight without the BMI.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
20 pounds overweight when you go to the BMI.
This is not about BMI. This is about the way your clothes fit.
What's your
this is what we can all see, including myself, with our own naked eye.
What is your BMI? Have you checked it? I mean, you're over what percentage?
I don't know the percentage, but for me to get in the BMI, I've got to drop about 20. I think it's like 25 pounds.
Yep.
And I think I could probably stand to lose 15 now.
Where you go?
215. And I don't like being there.
I weighed 215 when I was in 8th grade.
If I saw 215 right now, y'all would call for medical help. Rick already told me before I didn't look like it myself.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Church at Old Town will start at 6 with Dreamland Barbecue and some fun for the guys. 7 o'clock, the service starts. If you want to be with us, you can. We'll also be plugging you into the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, meaning we have a 40-week curriculum that is ready to go. I'll be teaching 12 to 15 minutes of that on a video every week, and then you'll have facilitators that go through the study guides. You can plug into those groups tonight, and you need a $5 ticket for that. You can get that by going to the link that we have at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, or just show up at the door tonight, and we'll take care of it. Also this weekend, a couple of other Man Church opportunities. If you want to go see Rich Wingo, if you've never heard him speak, do so. First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. They're going through our strategy. This will be their third Man Church, and you'll have Wingo there. And then coming up on Sunday night as well, there's two of them. So that's Wingo over at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. And then in Birmingham again, Vestavia Hills, Shades Mountain Baptist Church, Dr. Robert Smith speaking at Man Church, and that's kind of where we developed this strategy. That's the church that kind of we worked on it there for 7 years before it went out, and they've been doing it for a while, and we have both of our curriculums available for you that night as well, and you'll hear an incredible message from Dr. Smith. So all those are available by going to either themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com. Bubba, it's time for me I came to a conclusion yesterday. I went through, it's not a lot of fun when we start having to teach ourselves on things we just have to learn. I mean, we call it teaching Rick, teaching Bubba, teaching Helms, and it's when you just have to get on yourself and say, you know what, buddy, you're gonna have to do better than this, all right? And so we must all learn our own shortcomings. Okay, now that doesn't mean that an old dog can't learn new tricks and that you give up and you never try to learn anything new, but you have to learn not only your areas where you may have some good,
right.
These are some things I think I do okay. I think you have
that list is getting shorter for me. I don't know. I mean, I can't climb towers anymore. Can't play paddle ball or any of those other things.
No, or
can't
whatever.
even remember whatever the name is.
I'm glad you call it paddle ball because I don't like the name pickleball. I really don't.
You know what? I think that's one reason I've been somewhat resistant to it. I don't like that. I don't.
It was named after a dog. I think.
But I'm talking. If I had been at the marketing,
I'd rather it be ketchup ball.
If I had been at the marketing meeting and they would have said, "We got this thing that we want people to get involved in," and I said, "What are y'all going to call it?" Pickleball. I said, "Well, I can name 25 people offhand that wouldn't come to that."
And I know a lot of people that love playing it, and that's good. But
they won't tell nobody though.
Well, you can't flip the ball up because the racket ain't long enough. You got to reach down to get it, and that means bending over. And I'm anti that.
Pickleball is a stupid name. There it is. It is.
I wish they'd rename. I wish everybody'd come together and call it something.
Yeah.
Call it war or
something.
Take your face off or something.
How about this?
Something better.
How about
war ball? Call it that.
How about floor tennis?
Yeah.
I'd take that.
I like war ball.
Yeah, but pickleball?
What about take your face off?
Yeah.
How about a round of take your face off?
There you go. I love take your face off. That's fantastic.
I'll tune into that.
So we have over in our categories, we have things that we think, even our age, we think we still do pretty well. We have things we do somewhat well. And then we have things we just ain't got it. I mean, we just ain't got it. And you have
that list is getting fine. I mean,
and one of those things is I can't, the way I live my life and the way that I move and with my shortcomings, I've just come to the conclusion after 3 times of standing outside the studio and can't get in that I can't pull off having my keys on a key ring and then having my fob for the truck separated. I just can't do it. I can't pull it off. I just can't get it done. I leave my keys all the time because as long as I can crank my truck, there's never that moment of, hey, you don't have your keys. So I've done that for the last time, and yesterday, in shame, I put my fob back on my keychain.
Did you really?
And I just said to myself, hey, Rick, you just can't do it, buddy. If you're going to be that stupid and you can't stop doing this, and you become a huge bip to everybody, because now you have to text while everybody's doing the kickoff hour, hey, I can't get in again. I left my keys and they're on my desk. And how about this? Don't be that annoying to people. If you can't pull it off, you get your stupid fob and you put it back on your keychain, and you can't separate them anymore. You're just going to tote them keys around.
Teaching Rick.
So I got to teach Rick. And then
same way.
Yesterday, and then I may have to come back and finish this story because it was so convoluted. Oh, the shame of yesterday. Just the absolute shame. So I've tried to be sharp and leave the archaic world of paper billing and go paperless and everything, and I've really been trying to work on it because I know it's archaic to sit there and open up invoices and write checks and put stamps on envelopes and send them in.
I've been lambasted about it. Don't do this. Modern technology, come alive, get it done. And I've noticed with some companies, paperless billing is really quite simple, but not. But
can I ask you this? Are you trying to do it with each individual company, or do you do like what I call computer banking with your bank?
Tried that. And this is one of the problems. Is this one right here?
Yes.
And it includes a very large company, and I don't. It's almost like they're like me. They're very similar, and is that they've got one leg in the archaic past, and one leg in the future, and they're in conflict, and they need to decide which one they're going to be. They need to either move on, okay, and
they like to give options for everybody.
Right.
So then, if you go into your computer banking, then you can sign up for e-bills, Rick.
Yeah, I know, buddy. I know all about all that. Of course, e-bills, you have to actually see them. They have to come. They can't get thrown to junk and.
No. These would be like when you open your banking program, it would tell you that a bill is due.
Right. Well, this.
Rick, it does everything. Yeah,
not there yet.
It does everything that you're wanting it to do.
I know it does.
You're just not doing it. You're not using the tools that you actually have in your hands. And it takes time, and it's a bip, and I get all that.
Web code. So anyway, so now I've fallen into the worst case scenario. I have some things that are paperless and some things that aren't because I can't get.
Most everybody's in that
because I can't get it.
I'm finally out of that. By the way, every single thing I do from this computer or my phone, and banking wise.
But you still get some bills by mail.
Yeah, but I never look at them.
Yeah, I know what the amount is.
I get an email or an alert or.
Well, I've come to my conclusion.
Text message.
I've come to the conclusion.
I think I'm just going to give it all to Betty and let her do it.
Yeah, I'm on.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll say this. Hey, if something happens to me, man, it's going to be close.
Yeah.
Well, we're in the same boat.
So
I try to do it out of love, but it's gonna cost one day.
Well, yesterday was a major ordeal for me, and what got me is this is a very large company, and it's on me. It's not on them. It's 100% on me. But the fact that they have their feet in both worlds, it seems to be unnecessarily complicated.
Yeah.
And you know me, if I think something's unnecessarily complicated, it's like a puzzle. I can't look at it and I'll just walk away. So I thought that in their attempt to go paperless, with their payment, because I didn't like when their invoice came in. You ever have those rogue ones? You got all your invoices come in kind of a good window and means this is the day I pay bills, so it all works out. There's always that rogue one that some reason they got on when they invoice you. It's a weird time of the month, and it kind of sits out there on its own. And you're like, well, I don't like you very much. I got to get you in the world where you're just automatic or something. I got to quit.
Right.
You keep really messing me up. I get everything done, think I'm done, and then because
then you roll in
the postal service and who knows what's happening there now. All of a sudden, an invoice comes in out there on its own. Have you ever realized how hard it is to make yourself go sit down at your desk and write one check?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, you're going. I had my day set aside for bill paying. So
Rick, I hadn't wrote a check, and I don't know when.
So when I come back,
I can't write in cursive anymore. I hadn't done it so much.
When I come back, I'm going to tell you what happened. It was ugly, too. Ugly.
I hate to tell you this, too. Checks are probably a security issue.
Yeah.
Those numbers floating around.
Everything's a security issue. Everything. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So teaching Rick, so I've done, yesterday I decided that I'm done trying to be sharp. I have my fob separate from my keys. That's over. I can't handle that, so I'm done with that because I'm becoming a bip to all my friends. So then the paperless billing journey that I've been on. So apparently what happened, I attempted to go to my power bill and get it all where it was just every month it would go.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm on that plan where it's basically the same every month.
So
okay,
no, what
I've never gone that route.
Are you trying
by
to
the way.
have it go out of your bank account automatically, or charged to a credit card each month?
Well, I was going to do it on. Is Dave Ramsey listening? Because I put everything I can.
You've
on
gone
American
through
Express.
Alabama Power's website and put in your information on that plan that they have where you pay an average.
Yeah, flat fee.
Yeah, I've already already done.
Yeah.
Balance billing or whatever.
That I've already done. So I tried to make that wireless because the
But
power
you tried
bill.
to do it off your American Express.
Well, I was, and then I was told when I called to set it up because I thought I would set it up on the phone, and for some reason
Rick, that bothered me there.
Listen. For some reason, and I do not know why, and no one yesterday could answer this. They limit how much you can pay on that system, and I said, well, my power bill exceeds my amount. They said, well, then you have to pay two. Then you have to make two payments. I said, well, that's not helping me, so I'm out. So I think I'm out. Okay, I think I've done it and I'm out.
Rick,
okay.
I kind of wish you wouldn't tell everybody. All
Right.
this.
So anyway, so then I never do go and set anything up on their website because when I started that was convoluted and web codes and
it's not
and all that. So I said
I have an account with
so
them
I said,
and it's
I said,
easy.
I said
Rick.
I'm out.
Goodness gracious.
So I'm out. So I said I'm just going back to the other. Okay. Now listen to this. You're gonna love this. So then I go back and I said I just forget it. We'll just do it the old way. Well, apparently they thought that I just wanted e-billing with all that. So they've been sending the bill to email and no longer send me an invoice, but I didn't know it because it's going to junk. I never see it. I've never seen one e-bill from them. So and then I just forgot about it because I thought, well, I just canceled that. I just went back to what I was doing. So I'm riding around yesterday, and you know how things sometimes work out in such a comedy of errors. It's 1,000 degrees.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Okay, it's 1,000 degrees. Okay, so Sherry calls me and says, hey, they're out here cutting limbs back off the power lines because we'd had a storm the day before and our power had blinked a few times. And I said, yeah, they're probably cleaning off from what happened yesterday. She goes, well, for some reason they've cut our power off.
Oh my!
And I said, well, I don't think they cut the power off in the middle of the day. I said, it's 1,000 degrees. And she says, well, so anyway, so I said, well, look, I'll call it in to make sure. So I call in, wait for the update. So the guy, this is the weird part. So the person comes on, and they say, well, we've cut your power off. And I said, for what? And they said, because you hadn't paid your bill. And I said, what are you talking about? I said, I can't remember ever not paying my power bill. They said, well, you hadn't paid it. And then listen to the comedy of errors. Listen, you're going to love this.
Oh, my.
Think about how technology changes. I said, did y'all not call somebody? We have been calling you. What number are you calling me? Calling the home phone that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So there's no way for them to contact me because I set up this account so long ago. I don't even have that phone's not even in use anymore. So they're calling a home phone that doesn't exist, so they can't get me. So I obviously said, well, we got to update all that because if there's a problem, if you'll call me, we'll handle it. And so then I go, no problem. Let's take care of it right now. No, I can't do that. I said, I'm sorry. We can't take a payment over the phone. You can't take a payment over the phone. No. Why? We just can't. So you see what I'm talking about? One leg in the future, then one leg in the past.
Yeah, you got to go to their automated
So I'm
system.
like, there's no way I can make up. No, don't get ahead. I said, what about the automated system? Well, I mean, we've already told you, the minimum payment you can make is this. So you'll actually have to make 4 payments. I said, 4 different payments? I can't just pay the amount? Well, no, because we have a limit to this much. I said, but people's power bill.
What on earth you got running over there?
Well, no, I mean the power bill. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. I mean, it's a minimum. I mean, if you have
enough months that you hadn't paid, it'll
add up.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, even on the monthly payment, just our normal monthly payment exceeds what they will allow automated. So, which makes no sense to me. I don't know if I can pay it. Don't you just want it? Yeah. I mean, anyway, so
So I said, no, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
That's their credit card clearing company doing that.
And I said, what are you talking about? And she says, you got to go find a place to pay in person. I said, are you serious? And she says, yeah. And I said, you can't take a payment on the phone. No, we can't do it. Now, I tell you what you could do. You could go online and set you up an account. I said, now, how long is that going to take? Well, you got to have a web code. And I said, look, once you mentioned web code, I said, where am I going? Where's the closest one? When they tell me I literally have 16 minutes to get there and pay it, or Sherry and I are going to be sleeping in the heat. And,
a nice warm day.
Oh, yeah. And I'm like, what?
Unreal.
And so you see what I'm talking about? There's some parts where it seems like they're really moving ahead technologically, and then there's other sides that just seem archaic. And then I said, and look, let's just get real. When you're dealing with these kind of utility companies, there's a codger standing there at the door, and at 4:59 and 50 seconds, he's locking that door. You know what I mean? And so I'm just roaring to get there. So I come in, and I'm like, hey,
where'd you have to go?
I had to go, oh, look, let me tell you when you know you got problems. let me tell you when you know you got problems. And this is all on me. It's nobody's fault but my own. Now, I do wish you could make a payment over the phone if you're in a bind. Now, I don't understand why you can't do that. But anyway, so but you can't. Okay, so I'm following the system. How about this? Pay your bills. You don't get in the situation. It's all on. It's all. I'm teaching Rick.
Rick's learning a lesson.
But listen, anytime somebody tells you where you have to go and the word industrial park is used, when you hear the phrase industrial park, I'm like, oh boy. I said, wait a minute.
You get to it, it's easy, but then hunting inside it is a nightmare.
Now and look, you know what's just called? It's just a number. You need to go to number 2. Number 2. Yeah, I'm like, what is number 2? I mean, I ain't got the kind of time. I mean, for me to get there, traffic's going to have to be perfect.
Well, Rick, you got all the time you need because you ain't going to be home watching TV.
No, I won't be at home watching TV.
Or resting.
Yeah, and so I'm like, and all I can think about is heat. That's all I can think about.
Sure. Yeah.
All I can think about is, I can't sleep in the heat. I'm going to end up in a hot house, and all because I tried to do paperless billing. If I just left it the way it was, this would have never happened. And so anyway, somewhere there's invoices in some junk box somewhere. And so anyway, the person I said, she goes, well, we've been emailing you and we've been calling. Of course, they've been calling. The home phone doesn't exist, and they've been emailing to an email that gets what? Because you know me,
several hundred.
I was going to say 200 a day at least.
Yeah. So for me, about 400 probably a day.
Yeah.
So and right now the filters for some reason sends everything to junk. I have to check junk every day, but apparently I didn't check for Alabama Power. So anyway, I'm now flying to some industrial park, and here's where it all gets. This is where I thought the comedy was the loudest. Now I want you to think about this. Completely my fault, but listen. What are we trying to do to get everybody away from paper and stop writing checks, right?
Correct.
This was said to me on the phone. But the only way you can pay is write a check. I said, well, my gosh, that's what I tried to get away with from the very beginning. So wait a minute. So don't go in there with a credit card or a card. You have to pay your bill at this location with a check. And I thought, but isn't that the whole archaic system we tried to get away from? So now you want me to have a check. In the beginning, you were saying, I want you to get away from checks. But if you want to get this power back on, by golly, you better have a check. What if I'd just gone away from checks? Well, you'd be in a bind right now. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's like one foot in modern time and then one foot still back in the past, which really means they're me. They're just a company that's living like me, one foot in the future and then another foot in the past. And by the grace of God and some traffic situations that worked out good, I literally made the payment with 5 minutes on the clock. And by the time I got back home, now this is one thing.
Did you have to leave the county in which you reside to do this?
No.
Okay.
Rick,
I don't think so.
Because you were that late in the day. When did they tell you they would cut it back on?
They said it would be on by 8 o'clock last night. But in all fairness, this must be something. I wish Greg was here today because he could tell us. They must not have to physically come anymore.
No, they didn't.
Because the minute I paid it, by the time I got home, it was back on. And that was only probably 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So it didn't take long.
The luck that I have, I always burn something up when they cut it off and on. But
sure.
You remember I had a slight run-in similar to that with the gas company one time.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they literally cut the gas off, walked by the kitchen window, cut it off, and left. We didn't see them while Betty was literally standing at the stove. And then once I paid, they couldn't cut it back on because they were afraid of our dog. And I said, well, get the guy that cut off our gas because he wasn't afraid of the dog. He walked right by him. I think you patted him on the head when he went by because he's usually on that porch.
But I literally started laughing, and I will say this: a customer service person who was fantastic. She started laughing too. I said, "Are you telling me we're back to me writing a check?" And she said, "That's where we are. We've come all the way back to that." She said, "Because you don't really have time to go online and set up an account now, because you ain't gonna have power tonight if you don't go get that paid." So, see, there I go again.
There you go, Rick.
Teaching Rick. Rick, you're just gonna have to understand your limitations, and you're gonna have to get this thing organized to be done with it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. The Raycon earbuds. Had somebody showing me theirs 2 days ago. They've got my Raycons. We're good. Yeah, right. Good decision. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. These are fantastic. Man, they're good. They fit so much more comfortable. They look so much better. They sound great for about half the price what the other companies are wanting to charge you. So get your Raycon wireless earbuds today. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save 15% right now. You get a 45-day happiness guarantee, meaning within 45 days, if for some reason you're not happy with it, we don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, you get a full refund. The durability of these is something that we have not expected. But you've heard some of the great testimonies here on the program. We love them too. I like the different gel tips, because my ear sometimes is shaped kind of funny, to make them fit comfortable. So get yours right now at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or go directly to buyraycon.com/Bubba for that additional 15% off. And again, they're about half the price the others charge, just straight up. COVID update, pandemic update. Yeah, the pandemic rages on, trying to figure out who, what, when, where. We've even tried here on the program, and just when you think you've got something somewhat consistent, something will go the other way. Bubby, you and I were talking about this prior to the show today. I think the more questions I ask, the more confused I become.
Well, let me tell you, I think if they're honest with you, a lot of the doctors are going to tell you they're in the same boat. Mm-hmm. I was having a discussion with one, and we were talking about how, when new things come out in medicine, there's usually a lot of different opinions, and people will do research and papers, and as they form a consensus, the different views kind of come together like a V, or it's more like a Y. Mm-hmm. They come together, and then they're kind of in the same line after that. Where with the COVID pandemic, it has been like everybody's going in opposite directions.
You're right.
Your point.
You're right.
And case in point, two things today that we were sending around one text group I have that discusses medical issues.
Sure.
This is a video from UAB, who is one of the forefronts in medical research in the country, that's located in Birmingham, Alabama. And Dr. Jody, that we used to have on the show with the COVID update, is providing this. And you can find it on YouTube. And the title of it is, Rick, Why Vaccines Provide More Protection Than Previous Infection. So what that means is natural antibodies versus vaccine. Okay, that's the bottom line.
Right. And this is that ongoing debate and the tribalism that we have out there right now. There is a group of people that, by golly, they're going to try their best to solidify and convince you that the vaccine provides more protection against the variant than your own antibodies.
So UAB, Dr. Jody, very decorated. I mean, they're a lot of the doctors, especially in the South, or all over the country, really are relying on the UAB research, and part of some of the medicine we're giving now was developed at UAB. So they are saying, and they're lecturing and giving their webinars, why vaccines provide more protection than previous infections, or, quotation, natural antibodies.
Right.
Okay. Then on the same day, we have a report come out.
Exact same day.
Yes. This is from Israel. Natural immunity from COVID could be stronger than vaccination. 180 degrees opposite. Now, keep in mind, the Israeli medical community is also one of the most respected in the world. They've come up with a lot of breakthroughs, and they have been on the forefront of a lot of the COVID testing and the things we know about it. So we have two very distinguished medical groups, both of them research-oriented, both of them developing drugs, developing procedures for us, and they are telling us two things that are totally opposite. So how in the world, and I'm not going to bore you with clips from both of them, because it gets into a lot of the minutia of all this.
Sure.
But the point being, we have two groups with 180 degree different conclusion from the same facts.
No, Bubba, I'm getting that everywhere I go.
So how in the world are we supposed to come together with any conclusions on anything?
If you go out, to Bubba's point, he just gave you 2 examples, and there's many others. If you go out right now and you say, today's the day that let's just use this topic. How much protection do I have if I still have the natural antibodies versus if I've been vaccinated?
Right.
Okay,
right.
Now we do know what is a fact. Okay, this seems to be a fact. Neither one of them can give you a 100% protection that you won't be infected with the Delta variant.
That is correct.
Neither one of them.
That is correct.
That we know.
Yes.
Then we get into, well, are they both effective? And I think the answer to that seems to be yes, to a positive degree.
Yep.
I would say to a positive degree.
Yep.
That they can that the vaccine, if you're fully vaccinated, and the natural antibodies will protect your lungs and keep you out of ICU. Now, even with that statement, there's always going to be exceptions.
Yes.
Okay?
Always breakthroughs.
There's always breakthroughs, always exceptions.
Yep.
But if you went out right now and said, but today I want to know which one's the strongest and gives me the best protection, you will find studies that tell you the vaccine does, and you'll find just as many that tell you the antibodies do. And from organizations that are equally credible.
Mm-hmm. So in the scientific method,
and doctors
we've
are
talked
equally
about
credible.
before,
Right.
is how we have.
So they really don't know.
You know, the scientific method has solved polio.
Mm-hmm.
It has solved. It has given us penicillin. It has given us great antibiotics. It has given us the X-ray machine, the CAT scan, the MRI. We've landed men on the moon with it, split the atom, developed airplane, all that stuff. But for some reason, we can't get it together on COVID-19. It's all over the road.
And we can't even let on the mRNA technology. We're deciding that even people who've been part of the research, they are not allowed to speak on any platform. See, I think that's the wrong way to go, and this is when politics and agendas and tribalism gets in it. I think right now the world, because it's a worldwide pandemic, I think the world ought to be allowed to hear from anybody and everybody. Because let me tell you what the truth is. This thing is novel. All of this we're figuring out, like things that have happened before any of us were ever even alive, okay? And the truth of the matter is nobody really knows yet. We're making hypotheses. We're making guesses. We're working through, and we're saying it looks like this seems to be a general thing we can say. This can be a general thing we can say. But all of us know in our own lives people that seem to be of very similar health. Now, we don't have the expertise to know the finer points of the human body, okay, and the human individuality.
We learn more each and every day.
Uniqueness is probably a better word. And so I've seen people that I thought were healthier than a person that got on the vent, example yesterday, and people who got on the vent that I thought weren't as healthy as the other person on the vent. The one who's not as healthy survives. The one that I thought was healthier dies. So there's so many factors.
Yeah.
And I don't like it when we pretend they're not. That's what you need to do right here. Well, yeah, I mean, we certainly need to make these decisions and work through it. But the bottom line is, and we've said this on the show, and I'm going to stand by this, until further notice, no one knows the long-term effects of the virus and or the vaccines and treatments. Nobody knows.
Not more than about a year, because that's all we got that we know of.
But hopefully we can keep learning for people who have to deal with this in the future and get to the bottom of it.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. From the broadcast plaza and teleport, let's go. Let's talk with you right now. Harry Murdahl, are you ready? 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's talk to the people. Whatever is on your mind, you're now programming the show. We've taken America's favorite show, in our opinion, and we've handed it over to you, and we've said, here, it's yours. What do you want to talk about? You ask the questions, you make the comments, you bring the information to the table at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
The little party we call Rick and Bubba. You're welcome to be part of the party right now. To the phones. And there's lines available. If you want to get in right now, golly, you just make a move and you'll find a line and you'll be put on hold and we'll get started. We're going to start with Bob. He's out of Lincoln, Alabama, and then others are coming in. There's a line for you right now if you'll go.
Area code 212.
I say, hey, mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. Somebody say, beep, 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 beep. All right, let's start, as I said, with Bob. Bob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds on the show, buddy. Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, guys, I got two unrelated comments for you. First of all, that indoor hockey dude from the Birmingham Vulcans, on either side of their helmet, they ought to have like a pointy ear.
That would be good. Yeah, it would be real good. That would be
a little Vulcan curve in there.
Yeah.
On the other thing, I got a cheer for Dr. Fauci, and it's problematic.
Problematic. Problematic. I like that one.
Good.
Heather out of Birmingham. It's problematic. It's anecdotal.
I've heard Rick and Bubba.
It's anecdotal problematic. Heather out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Heather, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, Rick, my husband and I were actually in Pensacola at the same hotel when you guys were there for the conference.
Yeah.
And I was coming up we had our 4- and 6-year-old who aren't too keen on marriage conferences, so we weren't able to attend, obviously. But when I was coming up the stairs, I heard you and Sherry having a conversation. And to be honest, I wouldn't be able to pick you up from a crowd because I only listen to you guys on the radio.
Right.
But I could pick out your voice from anywhere. And it was pretty early in the morning. And Sherry was saying, we got to get out there. We got to get out there. And you were like, babe, just give it a minute.
Yeah, that was her wanting to get on that beach. I'm like, hey, just give it a second. We're all right. We ain't in any kind of rush. Whoa. My goodness.
Woo!
That's so funny. That's great.
That is.
Hey, she loves that beach. Woo, she loves that beach. I like it, as long as I got some shade to get under. And let's try to stay that middle of the day now.
Middle of the day. I am a big fan of the siesta.
Oh, yes.
I'm a believer.
Let's go to Anonymous in Pensacola. Speaking of Pensacola, how about that? How about Heather setting that? Heather, you did a good job setting that up. Yep. So go ahead, Anonymous.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good. How about it, buddy?
Good. Hey, I called in probably 4 or 5 years ago, and I asked, what are we going to do with this government that is growing and is out of control? We're sending billions upon billions of dollars to Iran under Obama. We just sent $4 billion to Guatemala. We're raising taxes like crazy. We're giving away money like crazy. At what point do we do what the Constitution allows us to do and do a reset on this government? Because it's absolutely gone.
Well, I remember Bubba and I talking to you about this. Do you have any idea what that's like, though? I mean, you have the chance, and I think we told it to you then, and I know people say, well, what if my vote doesn't count? And that is a legitimate concern. You got to be sure that's the case. But if you're deciding to have revolution and you're going to take a sitting government and replace it with a preferred government and do a reset, do you have any idea what that entails? It's ugly. Ooh, it's ugly.
A lot of loss of life.
It is ugly, and I understand your sentiment. I certainly do. But you're right. It is in there, and our founding fathers said that sometimes that may be what needs to be done, but it is ugly. Ooh, I mean, you got to be weaponized to the point. And first of all, you got to get the sitting at least part
of the sitting military to go with you.
Yeah, because listen, it's you're talking about hunting rifles versus helicopter gunships and F-18s. It would not be. Listen, that was tried one time before in a failed attempt at independence, and it didn't go well. And that was back when everybody had pretty similar weapons.
Yeah, let me tell you something right now.
I would really try to work inside. And I know when you say that, people insurrection. Look, it's in the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, our founding document. So you can just take it up with them. But it is in there, and I would say you have to exhaust working in the system as much as possible, plus some.
Well, and one of the ways to do that, even believe it or not, even as we're sitting here right now, and you saw this happen with President Trump to a degree, we have people that are willing to serve and willing to take this country back to the original intent of the Founding Fathers, a constitutional republic, at least mostly back inside the Constitution. I don't know that we'll ever get back in there, but mostly back, more than we are now. But you got to find a way to get those people elected. And because if all you're going to do is try to do a reset on political candidates, the problem, and I don't think we ever want to talk about this, and you do not want this, okay, because it's even uglier or as ugly. The reason why these candidates keep getting elected is because of the state of the people of this country.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's people in this country in huge numbers that do not want a constitutional republic, and they think these candidates are fantastic. So if you don't change the mindset of the people, then you can reset the government, and then these same type candidates just rise up again and get elected again.
Yeah.
So you better change the thought process of the people, and that's going to require you know one of the things
you need a culture adjustment.
There you go.
Yeah.
One of the things that I think has to be reset even more than the government, because it would take care of itself, is education. Our education right now is nothing but an indoctrination system that's indoctrinating a generation, which is all it takes to change a country is one generation, is to indoctrinate a generation into ignorantly embracing socialism and communism because they don't really know what it is.
And
it's been propaganda. It's been presented like propaganda as something it really isn't.
And we're not just talking about liberal universities in the Northeast. It's in every university around here.
Absolutely.
If you've had kids in college lately, you know it. You've heard what they come in and tell you. And it is, it's scary, really.
Look, the most well-adjusted kid I've got right now only went for 1 year and started working. As far as, because he's not hearing that garbage all the time. So they better be ready, because I promise you, that culture will impact your child more than that child will impact that culture if you're not careful. We'll continue. Some still good questions left, and we'll take more of your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Your phone calls coming in, and we're still taking them, and we'd love to talk to you, Justin, in the great state of Alabama. Justin, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind? So what's good?
Hey, you was talking about this morning the Real Men curriculum for the man church. I don't know if y'all remember those old Budweiser commercials about the Real Men of Genius.
Yes.
Kind of missing opportunity there with the Real Men of Jesus. Just thought that'd be a cool little riff for it.
You know what? That would have been a great idea. Yeah, and so that's that would have worked with it. So yeah, that's our second curriculum that I think we see that out there now, and it's starting to grow. 8 different men of the Bible, 5 weeks on each one. But that's right. That's probably a missed opportunity. Jeff in Albertville. Jeff, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, guys. We've been listening since the Gadsden days, me and my wife.
Thanks.
And, I got a little story I'd like to tell y'all. We was heading to Gadsden, and my son and his girlfriend was celebrating their first anniversary, and they was out looking for wedding bands. So we're heading down the mountain, so my wife decides to call him on the phone, and so she calls him. And without missing a lick, I jump into 1, 2, 3, happy anniversary, baby.
Yeah.
And without missing a beat, she joined in too.
Well, see, that makes me feel good that you guys are so in tune with the show that you're in sync, even singing the anniversary song to someone else. Do you remember? Let me ask you a little piece of trivia. Do you know what song we're actually singing? What band did that song?
Oh, the LRB, baby.
That's it, Little River Band. You're right.
Hang on, help is on the way.
You're throwing that one in too. That's
I'll
true.
be there as fast as I can.
Janice and Locust.
Hey, maybe that should be the new music for Afghanistan.
There you go. Locust Fork. Janice checking in.
Hello.
Hey, Janice.
I've been hearing about you saying you've had the test in your antibodies.
Yes, ma'am.
How are they telling you how much you have? I've had mine tested twice, but they don't give you an amount or how many you got. How can you tell if you're still got a lot of them, or if it takes a lot of them to be safe or not?
Janice, that is a great question, and I have asked that same question myself. And it really depends on the type of lab work you're getting done and what lab does it. Some of them offer you an amount. Some of them just tell you got them or you don't. And it's all about the tests that you're getting. And sometimes if you inquire more about the test you got, they can give you those numbers.
Yeah,
but the ones that we get do not say that.
Yeah,
they just say reactive or not, which means you have antibodies.
Yeah, the one that the doctor texted me and then showed me this. The term was used. You still have the antibodies, and he said, and I don't know why he would say this, but it looks like that you still have strong antibodies. But and our doctor says, but that doesn't mean that I still wouldn't suggest you get at least one dose of the vaccine. And then he said, but that's ultimately your choice. But yes, you do still have the antibodies. But that's all we were really told. We continue. Let's go to Rich out of Prattville, I-92 WLWI. Rich, go ahead.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, we're great. We're great.
Good.
Oh, good. So yesterday y'all were talking about idolizing like celebrities such as Kanye West and stuff like that. I was wondering what y'all thought about using your platform to maybe take a segment every day and idolize maybe a true hero or a missionary or whatever, somebody like Gary Gordon or Randy Sugar or Douglas Monroe, just a small little clip, just to
Well, if you've listened to the show for the 27 years, we have done that. I mean, we've brought on people that we think are worthy of people, But the thing is, most of the people that do the kind of things you're talking about, they don't want to be recognized, and they look at Scripture that says, "Who cares if you're recognized?" And so don't blow trumpets every time you do something. And so they probably would be uncomfortable with that and would not adhere or desire for that to be done, which is what makes them so worthy of being admired. But we've taken missionaries and people who do work and selfless stuff. My goodness, we had a guy on here one time that found a tribe of people that had never been reached for Christ, that had no written language, invented a written language, then interpreted the Bible into their own language. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah,
it's a hero.
Yeah, that's kind of a bigger deal than the guy that can play drums, isn't it?
Yeah.
No offense, Adler. So I think we've kind of done that in a way that's appropriate.
Even though we don't have a segment where we say this is what we're doing and highlight it, we do highlight those people, and a lot of them you see in our charity charge. I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Even on a smaller scale, but those are the people who are really making a difference one-to-one on people.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Ralph in Coleman. Ralph, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Okay, what I was calling about is, can you comment on Ron Foster's gospel music being canceled on Sunday morning?
I cannot. This is one thing, and this is no offense to you, Ralph, because you don't know that, and you guys just listen to the radio, and you don't want to know the inner workings of how it all works. But Rick and Bubba, the show is owned by Rick and Bubba Incorporated, and we have partnerships with other broadcast companies, and we're heard on other stations and different platforms, but we don't have we're not on any meetings or have any conversations about what the affiliates do locally. We're not involved in that at all. So no, we don't have anything.
Yeah, we've had some questions about that, but we really don't know anything to give you any information on it.
So anytime you hear something on a station, especially if it's not any part of our show, you need to talk to that station because we're clueless. We don't have any idea. So we're not much help in that. We continue. Let's go to Leon in Nashville, the Music City. Leon, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to tell Bubba that I have a gym membership too, and I didn't get to go to it. I started the first year, but I hadn't been in any, so I just wanted Bubba to know not to feel bad about that.
that comment today, we didn't know where it came from.
I still don't.
William in Tuscaloosa. William, go ahead.
Yeah, guys. How about it, Biggins?
Yeah, we're good. How about you? Medium.
Great. Hey, look, just talking about, I hate to bring up the subject from the Pensacola call, but hearing a lot of kind of discussion on resetting the government from local talk shows, guys out of Texas. I think the thing that we've got to consider, especially to Bubba's point, is that right now our education system is being overhauled, and if we're not careful, too much in the future, there's not going to be anything to reset.
Yeah, I mean, let's exhaust all the other efforts first before we get to something so heinous as that. I mean, it's just there's got to be a better way to try to get it done. And you're right. One of the areas is not to let the education system just go unaddressed. Yeah. Eddie in Huntsville. Eddie, go ahead.
Man, I was just wondering. I heard Biden yesterday quoting the Bible, and I really hadn't never heard him do any of that. And it just didn't even sound right.
Well, now he told you he's a good Catholic boy. I saw somebody that it was very interesting. He tried to quote from Isaiah 6, I believe, and he stopped. And if you'll read the rest of where he was, it's about God handing His wrath down on His people for being rebellious.
Yeah, they always seem to stop a little quick.
Yeah. He stopped. If he'd have kept on going, I think that's kind of a waste of all of our time, wouldn't it?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. Let's go. SimplySafeBubba.com. Glad to have them with the Rick and Bubba show. The founders, Chad and Eleanor Lawrence, designed their first security system in their kitchen, and they did it for a very personal reason. Their friends had just had their home broken into. They were struggling to find a security system that was simple to set up and would make them feel safe again. That's what SimplySafeBubba.com attempts to do, and they do a great job, is to make sure you feel safe in your home or your property that's being protected. It's a passion to protect people that drives the engineering detail in every product, and it motivates every interaction with the customers when you have those that monitor. They monitor you for about, they'll be monitoring you 24/7 for about $15 a month. You're not entering into any long-term agreement. You're not entering into any kind of upsell or hidden fees or anything like that. And you can get 20% off your own security system right now that you're going to install yourself, so you don't have to fool with that either. 20% off, and your first month of interactive monitoring will be free. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com. That's how you get all that. And customize your system and start your protection. And it also comes with a 60-day risk-free trial. Nothing to lose. No long-term contract, no hidden fees, no installation costs. SimplySafeBubba.com. Find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Well, Rick, which story do you want? Do you want to continue this conversation with the Constitution? Do you want the evictions, or do you want the health of the super band Kiss?
Well, let's get Kiss out of the way first, since we just heard some Kiss music coming back. Yeah.
Rick, there was a Kiss show that was scheduled in Pennsylvania Thursday night. Fans were in line outside, ready to go, when it was revealed that lead singer Paul Stanley was diagnosed with COVID-19, and he got the results minutes earlier. Stanley tried to dispel the health rumors by tweeting, "I'm fine." The band tweeted at 7:45 p.m. that the show in is this Burgess? It's not Burgess. It's
it might
Burgess.
Be. Burgettstown?
Burgettstown, Pennsylvania would be postponed due to a positive test, and that information about show makeup dates would be made available soon. Kiss did let everybody know everyone on the entire tour, both band and crew, are fully vaccinated. The band and their crew have operated in a bubble independently to safeguard everyone as much as possible at each show and in between shows, but apparently somehow the virus got in.
So I'm led to believe that a rock band is staying in a bubble and never interacting, quotes around that, with other folk. Anyway, I love this, Paul Stanley's tweet. It says, "People, 3 exclamation points. I'm fine. I'm not in ICU. My heart allows me to do 26 miles a day on my bike. I don't know where this came from, but it's absolute nonsense. I am not sick." So he's saying he's fully vaccinated, and he's saying that he's tested positive, but he's doing fine.
Yeah, so he is asymptomatic at this point.
What if you were in traffic and you passed him on a bike?
Would I know it?
Well, yeah, that's right. No makeup on. Now, I want him in makeup. I'm sorry.
I would be super careful because I know in one of his ears he wouldn't hear me.
That's true.
I'm sorry, that is true.
I know.
This is where we need Greg right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I passed Paul Stanley in makeup or not, I would recognize him. Now, I guess he could have his hair tucked back up under a cap or something.
You know what I would say if I went by him? Ooh, yeah! And then I would scream that I cared about his health.
Yeah.
Right.
We care about your health, Paul.
About your health. Ooh, yeah! All right, so Paul Stanley is positive. That will affect the tour, but he seems to be fine.
He says he's fine. He's fully vaccinated. So surely there's no way he can have it, right?
By the way,
how can that be?
I heard a story yesterday, and I don't know if I should say it, but because I don't
probably
think
means
these
no.
people.
Yeah.
I am hearing that people that have had COVID,
here we go,
have natural antibodies, are going and getting fully vaccinated just so they can go to SEC football games.
That would not surprise me.
Oh yeah, I think that's very common. I would say.
I was told a
but
story.
But you don't have to be vaccinated to go.
No, but they don't want the handle of traveling.
Yeah, I
getting there and then some weird test result come back, and now they've spent all the money getting there, and they have to test and all this, and just to be able to go in like at LSU, for
Well,
instance.
I take it back. Yeah, at LSU would have to, right?
But
or a test that said you didn't have it 72 hours previous.
Georgia, if you're a Georgia fan or just want to go see Georgia play, no problem.
No,
you don't have to worry.
I didn't see that one coming. That's strange.
I was told a story yesterday about that, and they were like, "Yep, got vaccinated, got my first shot." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You just had COVID." Yeah, I know, but I won't be able to go to the game.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. See, that sounds
All
a little
right.
bit different than my wife saying she was going to take it so she could go on a mission trip.
A little different.
Yeah, you know,
True.
Yeah, I thought, but some people see it as the same.
Right.
You know, right. Ooh yeah. So.
Ooh, yeah.
Look, when it comes to fandom, nothing surprises.
Nothing surprises.
Not one thing. Nothing. I believe that some fans.
I can fly.
I believe that there's fans that if someone said you are highly, highly problematic, and if you get COVID, you're probably not going to do well. But I will tell you this: fill in the blank. Their favorite coach, their favorite player, is positive, but you're allowed to hug him. They still would. even if it led to probable death.
Yeah.
So, all right. So next, Bubba, what was the other? The moratorium? Was that the other you were talking about?
Yeah, the Supreme Court. We mentioned it earlier, but we didn't really dig into it deep, and there's not. We don't have to dig too deep on it. The Supreme Court on Thursday blocked President Joe Biden's eviction moratorium, allowing property owners to begin the process of evicting millions of Americans who have not paid their rent because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Rick, this was predictable. Even President Biden had said, we're on shaky ground with this. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
The CDC made this ruling. The CDC is dealing with health, Center for Disease Control. They don't have anything to do
with rental property.
Rick, they're overriding private contracts.
Come on.
Which even the courts are very seldomly get involved in. They don't want to deal with that. So the Supreme Court, this had been brought to them before, and I'm going to nutshell this and put it in Bubba Ease. It was brought before them before, and they said, well, you can't do this, but we're going to let it stand, what you've put in place till the end of July when it expires, but you can't do it again. So that goes, end of July happens, it expires, the CDC renews it again. They tried to doctor it and put a few more curveballs in it and go, oh, it's different. It's different now. Well, it was brought back, and the federal judge said, this is the same thing. Y'all are playing a game with us, and we don't like it. Supreme Court picked it up, said it's over, it's done. Now, nobody wants to see anybody thrown out on the street because of COVID-19. But what this protection did, it has protected them from paying the rent, but it didn't protect the people who have built these places that they are renting from for their mortgage payment to the banks. So the people in the middle were having to pay, and they didn't have any money coming in. So you've seen defaults, bankruptcies, other hardships go on because of it. So this is one of those areas the government probably shouldn't be in. I think the judges got this absolutely right. What you're wanting to do shows you're compassionate, and that's fine, but the way you did it is illegal. And I think a lot of if we'd have this ruling on a lot of other things, it would be better.
Yeah.
Now, they said the Congress has the authority to do that. The Congress has the authority to give you money to pay your rent, but the CDC cannot just out of the blue start telling bankers and people with banknotes and rental agreements what they can do.
Nobody has to pay you.
That is beyond the scope of the CDC. As a matter of fact, CDC, you probably need to focus on things you are given to do. That's so much like our government.
Oh, yeah.
They won't do the things they're supposed to do, and they meddle in things they're not supposed to. So that was struck down, so that process will go forward now.
Do you find it odd, because Rand Paul sent this out yesterday, and I'm just saying this because you brought up the CDC. You know, we talk about all these vaccine mandates, which we all hate, because I think they're a mistake, especially when you're mandating nurses and first responders, and we're losing them when we need them, when they work around it every day, and I think they can make good decisions. But anyway, did you see he put out the list of places where there is no vaccine mandate, and one of them is the CDC?
Yeah, isn't that funny?
And one is Moderna, one is Pfizer,
right?
One is the White House, one is the World Health Organization. None of them are mandating the vaccine, but they want to mandate it on other people. I find that to be, and I'm not saying that means that they don't trust it or whatever, but if they're not mandating it,
how do we get off saying that other people should? You did hear the list I just gave, right?
Well,
And,
here's the problem. Like with the CDC, you have scientists that work for them that are extremely specialized in what they do.
Correct.
You can't just run an ad and replace that guy, and those guys are saying, I ain't going to do it.
You talking about kind of like our medical teams?
Yeah, so they kind of got the upper hand in this, so to speak.
Yeah.
Or the upper arm in this case.
Yeah. Phone calls to wrap up the hour and anything we may have missed. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba's show, 866 We Be Big, the number. Thanks for being with us. Much to do for the weekend coming up. Opportunities available. Looking forward to Helena, Alabama tonight. Church at Old Town. Be there speaking at the men's gathering, and we'll be putting in the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. If you want to be there, we got Dreamland Barbecue for you, and we'll have a service together, and I'm looking forward to addressing the guys that are coming. You can get that $5 ticket for that one by going to the link at rickandbubba.com. You'll see it right there. Click on that, or just show up tonight, and we'll see you. Service starts at 7. The food starts at 6. And then Man Church opportunities this weekend. No, they're not ticketed. Just go. Shades Mountain Baptist Church, Dr. Robert Smith speaking there at Vestavia Hills. That's the Birmingham area. And then over in Columbus, Mississippi, Rich Wingo at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi on Sunday night. Phone calls are standing by, Bubba. We got a pile of them.
Rick, I want to tell you, there's a guy I feel sorry for. And
who's that?
My heart goes out to him. Big. It's Major General Hank Taylor. I like to call him Big Bank Hank. He is one of the Joint Staff Deputy Director of Regional Ops or some sort of something. He's the one that's conducting a lot of these briefings from the Pentagon. And you talking about being sent out there with a pig to put lipstick on.
No,
I feel sorry for the man, really, because I look at him, I think, he served the country. He's got all kind of medals on him there, which I don't know if you should use all of those when you go out. But anyway, I think I'd like him. He looks like a likable guy, like the way he talks, but, boy, he's been given a pig to put lipstick on. Is that a good way of putting it?
Well, you're being nice. I would have said that in one hand he had polish.
Yeah.
And the other, he's got to
go polish it up.
And he's got to polish it up. And, boy, you got to use some really good sandpaper.
Right. And I do want to suggest LASIK surgery for him, because you remember when Jameis Winston would squint trying to see the scoreboard and stuff? Yeah. He does that when they're asking questions. He'll squint out to the reporters.
I don't think that's because he can't see. I think it's because of the pain of the answer that's about to come.
Okay, maybe that's
I think it's the pain of trying to answer the question on something that you know is a complete disaster.
Lord.
Yep, that's it.
Bless him, Lord.
We continue. Jay in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Joe, check one for
right.
Jay.
Listen,
check.
I just want to bring up 2 points, kind of turn a rat loose out here, I hope. Some stuff that's been ignored in all the media. First thing, I'm just kind of wondering why people don't notice that governments all over the world are using their powers to the utmost to feed the biggest human medical experiment in history. Point 1. Point 2, we know where the virus came from. We have, or I've seen anyway, what I think is pretty strong evidence that it was bioengineered. But we can't be mad at the Chinese, for what's equal to an act of biological warfare.
Well, remember, Jay, the latest study just came in inconclusive.
Of course.
Inconclusive. Yeah, I know, buddy. It's
There's
tough.
not much conclusive out there right now, except there's nothing conclusive.
Right. We continue to let's go to Danny. Let's see, is it Danny? Danny in Fort Payne. Danny, go ahead. 30 seconds,
boy.
Danny. Hey, Danny.
Yes, sir. I'm not bragging or anything for sure. I'm a USMC Vietnam combat veteran, and I want a prayer request for our veterans, men and women that have been to Iran and Iraq, because I know exactly what they're going through.
Yeah, it's tough.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you for your service, and you're right. They need to be covered in prayer. Let's go to Nate in Ozark. Nate, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I was just calling real quick to see if Bubba got my email about the coronavirus beta variant.
We get a bunch of them.
Nate, what was the title of it?
It says coronavirus beta variant.
I will look for it. I'm behind a couple of lines here now, so
yeah,
a couple of pages.
We'll get working on it. Evan in Auburn. Evan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, first-time caller. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to touch base on the socialism in college campuses. I'm actually a senior at Auburn University right now, and I will say a lot of my professors will openly mock and ridicule socialism. They're not buying it at all. So
Good.
I believe it's a big problem, but, there are some good folks pushing back against that propaganda.
Yeah. Tyler in Alabama. Tyler, go ahead.
What's up, Biggin?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so today I've done something that I don't usually do unless I'm being chased. I had to run today. Little boy, little son, he was like, Dad, you come run with me at the color run? I was like, sure. And then I didn't know that it was 2 laps. They didn't specify that. They said it was 1 lap, then it turned into 2 laps.
Oh, no.
Colored and color. I probably ripped my car seat. So but I just want to see what y'all thought about it.
Tyler, I will tell you one of the most strangest phenomenons on the planet is the term running for fun. Fun and run, I don't understand that unless I may be running to the corn dog stand.
Right.
But this thing of I will just start running. And why are you running? For your health? Are you running for fear? Are you running to go get something? No, I'm just running for fun with no real destination. And look, throw colors at me. I don't get that. There's nothing fun to me about being in a run.
I might have enjoyed that 4 decades ago.
Yeah, I've never enjoyed running. Never. I've had to run, but I've never enjoyed it.
No.
And it's certainly not something I do for fun. Let's go to Chris in Alabama. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Rick, my man, you got it going on. You can go 4 months and not even know money come in or out of your account. You ain't hurt, my friend.
Well, honestly, I just pay the bill. When it comes in, and
it's out of sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, but
That's kinda how I do mine, sadly.
Look, I'm not near as concerned about it as I once was. But
10-4.
Yeah, 10-4. But no, that's the reason why it's good and bad that I try to put everything on. Has Dave Ramsey listening? Everything on an American Express card, because then I can go through and look at everything.
I don't know that he would be against that because you have to pay it off.
Yeah, so I'm paying it. I want you to understand. It goes on to that, and then I pay the total of that. And some months I sit down and walk through all of it, and some months I don't. So there still is here's how much something is, and I got to look at what's available and what went out. It's just not all specific. And that's the part where you can get burned.
You got American Express. That's
me.
Earning points.
You can buy anything you want to as long as you pay it off in 30 days.
Last time I tried to get one, I got rejected for it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
Well, I heard
my goodness.
I
That's before you sell the farm.
Yeah.
I didn't have nothing to do with it. They're missing out on a lot of charges.
Look, I just like the convenience of it.
I'm not worthy of it.
It's not some great thing. I mean, if you just simply, it's just something that's an easy way to manage monthly expenses for me. That's it. And that's all it is. The points and all that, I hardly ever use them. I mean, I've used them at some point, like I have been able to get, but it's really not free because I spend a lot of money in order to have the points.
You did.
Yeah. So it's not. I
Which
love
one
it.
you got?
You don't have to. You don't have the thick black one.
I got that. Got that platinum.
Oh no!
I don't even know what that means.
I don't have that heavy black one because the amount you have to spend every month. See, think about that again. Now, what you think about
tracking chip in it?
Well, this is how we're all so stupid. Yeah, but look at all the perks that go with it. Yeah, but you have to spend a certain amount of money every month. You're still paying for it.
Yeah.
There's nothing we don't pay for. Nothing.
There's no free lunch, Rick.
Or somebody else paying.
If there was, I'd go get one.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.